Hey there! Tonight's story is older than temples, older than the gods of Olympus themselves. A story born in the first fires of creation. It's the tale of Prometheus, the titan who pitied humankind and defied Zeus to give us the gift of fire. You'll wander through a world still half-formed, where divine power shapes mountains, and the line between mercy and rebellion burns bright as flame. You'll see the rise of mankind, the wrath of the gods, and one unyielding figure chained to eternity for caring too much. If these kinds of quiet myths help you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to know who else is awake, drifting off to the same ancient story. So settle in, let the light fade to embers, and listen to the story of Prometheus, the firebringer. Long before Zeus ever raised his thunderbolt, before mortals spoke or dreamt, the world was a quieter, stranger place. It was an age without temples or laws, before the idea of justice had been invented. The Greeks called it the Age of Titans, a time when the earth itself was young, and everything still trembled from the effort of being born. Mountains smoked, seas boiled, and in the dim light of eternity's early morning, beings vast and ancient stirred. These were not gods as the later Greeks imagined them, with polished marble temples and neat family trees. The Titans were older, more elemental, creatures of raw creation, born from Gaia the earth and Uranus the sky. They were the first generation of power, their names sounding like echoes of storms: Cronus, Oceanus, Hyperion, Iapetus. Each embodied some enormous aspect of the cosmos: time, the sea, light, mortality. They ruled not with politics or prayer, but by simply existing. Among these colossal figures, one name rarely shouted but quietly remembered was Prometheus, the titan who thought too much. His name means forethought, and that was both his blessing and his curse. He was not the strongest nor the loudest among his kin, but perhaps the cleverest. Even in the earliest myths, he stood apart, more interested in the shape of things than in ruling them, while his brother Atlas strained under the sky, and Cronus devoured his children to preserve his throne. Prometheus was watching, planning, and, one imagines, quietly sighing at the general foolishness of his family. The world of the Titans was one of chaos and repetition. There were no humans yet to praise or curse them, no mortals to fill the empty air with prayers. The poets of ancient Greece, like Hesiod, tell us that before the gods of Olympus, there was only this endless cycle of birth and violence, sons overthrowing fathers, mothers avenging sons, and time itself gnawing on everything that dared to exist. It was, in short, not the most restful environment. Prometheus, though, was something of an anomaly in all this. Where other titans were embodiments of brute cosmic force, he represented intellect, the first glimmer of reason within the storm. Later Greek philosophers saw in him a symbol of human curiosity itself, the spark that separates us from beasts. Even Aeschylus, the tragic playwright, would later describe him as a figure who saw too far ahead, who loved knowledge more than safety, and that, as it turns out, was dangerous company to keep. Prometheus was born to Iapetus, one of the elder Titans, and the ocean nymph Clymene. He had 3 brothers: Epimetheus, whose name means afterthought; Atlas, doomed to hold up the sky; and Menœtius, a hot-headed figure struck down by Zeus for his arrogance. It was by any measure not a particularly stable household. Yet in their myths, these brothers stand for different sides of human nature: foresight, hindsight, endurance, and hubris. You could almost say they represent the 4 stages of any bad decision. When the younger gods, the Olympians, began to stir, Prometheus watched them with interest. Zeus, quick to anger, but clever in his own way. Poseidon, restless as the sea. Hades, brooding and quiet. They were children of Cronus, born in secret because their father feared prophecy. The prophecy said that one of his sons would overthrow him, and as Greek myths go, prophecies have a terrible habit of coming true. Cronus had overthrown his own father, Uranus, and so the cycle continued. Prometheus, with his gift of foresight, saw exactly where this was going. And so, when war finally broke out between the Titans and the Olympians, Prometheus made a choice that would define his existence. He sided with Zeus. This was not loyalty so much as logic. He saw which way history was tilting. The Titanomachy, as it was later called, raged for 10 years. Mountains were hurled like stones. Oceans boiled, and the world was said to have trembled so violently that even Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld, echoed with the sound. It was the first war of the cosmos, and perhaps the most exhausting. When the dust settled, Zeus stood victorious. Cronus and the defeated Titans were cast into Tartarus, chained in darkness. The old order was gone, and a new one had begun. A world ruled not by brute force, but by hierarchy, law, and divine politics. Zeus became king of the gods, Poseidon ruled the sea, and Hades received the underworld Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus, who had not fought against the Olympians, were spared and even honoured for their foresight. For a time, peace seemed possible, but peace is rarely a permanent feature in Greek mythology. The Olympians, now enthroned, turned their attention to creation, to shaping the world below them. They carved mountains, filled rivers, and scattered life across the earth. But it was Prometheus who looked upon this new landscape and saw potential in the clay. While Zeus concerned himself with thunder and Poseidon with the tides, Prometheus was curious about the smaller details. The fragile, flickering creatures crawling out of the mud. According to some versions of the myth, humanity was his idea. To others, it was his gift. In either case, the mortal race began as a quiet experiment. Fragile, short-lived, and entirely unremarkable compared to gods or titans. But Prometheus saw something in them that the others did not. An echo of himself, small but persistent. They had no claws, no fangs, no wings or strength, and yet they looked upward, as if expecting answers. It was this strange longing that moved him, or perhaps amused him. The first humans were like children trying to imitate their elders, and Prometheus, patient as ever, decided they deserved a chance. This was not a popular opinion among the gods. To Zeus, humans were little more than noisy insects, to be managed or ignored. But to Prometheus, they were living proof that intelligence could exist even in weakness. He taught them how to measure the seasons, how to count and speak, and how to build with their hands. It was a small rebellion in itself. A titan sharing knowledge with creatures meant to remain ignorant. In that act, the seeds of his punishment were already being sown. Historically, Greek storytellers saw Prometheus as more than just a mythic craftsman. To the philosophers of Athens, he represented the spirit of invention, the same curiosity that drove men to build ships, forge bronze, and question the heavens. In that sense, he was less a figure of ancient religion and more an early symbol of progress. Of course, progress tends to irritate authority, and Prometheus would soon discover that divine rulers dislike being upstaged by their own creations. But for now, in this early age, he was simply a thinker in a world of thunderers. a quiet mind among roaring forces. The Titans had fallen silent, the Olympians were still defining their reign, and humanity was just beginning to open its eyes. Fire had not yet been stolen. The eagle had not yet been set loose. For a fleeting moment, the universe itself seemed to pause, as if taking a breath between epochs, and somewhere on a windless plain, under the endless watch of the stars, Prometheus gazed upon the fragile creatures of clay and thought, perhaps with a small amused smile, that they might one day surprise even the gods. Prometheus was never meant for obedience. Even in a universe full of colossal beings who could crush mountains, he stood apart, not for his strength, but for his stubborn mind. Among the Titans, where shouting was often mistaken for wisdom, Prometheus had the unnerving habit of thinking things through. He didn't throw thunderbolts or command oceans. He preferred quiet conversation, observation, and, when necessary, clever mischief. Greek poets often describe him as the cleverest of all beings, the one who could see outcomes before they happened. His very name means forethought, a rather lofty title for someone who would later spend an eternity chained to a rock. Still, he lived up to it. He was always several steps ahead of gods, mortals, and occasionally of common sense. His brother Epimetheus, on the other hand, meant afterthought. And if you've ever made a decision that sounded brilliant until 5 minutes later, you'll understand the difference perfectly. It was Prometheus's curiosity that first drew him toward mankind. In the aftermath of the Titanomachy, when the new gods ruled from Mount Olympus, the world below them was still rough and untamed. The first mortals were barely more than animals, shivering under the open sky, trying to make sense of lightning and shadows. They lived short, frightened lives, building shelters out of reeds and staring at the stars without understanding what they were. To the Olympians, these little creatures were amusing, decorative perhaps, but hardly important. To Prometheus, they were a puzzle worth solving. He saw intelligence glimmering behind their fear, the faint spark of something divine struggling to stay alive. In a world of eternal beings, that flicker of mortality fascinated him. The myths don't tell us exactly why he cared. Perhaps it was pity or vanity, or the sheer pleasure of proving everyone else wrong. Whatever his reasons, Prometheus began to involve himself in human affairs, gently teaching and guiding them. The Greeks believed that he was the one who taught mankind to build homes, to read the stars, and to count the passage of time before him. Humans wandered aimlessly, ignorant of the seasons. Prometheus gave them the knowledge to plant crops in rhythm with the year. He taught them medicine, the healing of wounds, and even the art of writing. Later, philosophers said that without Prometheus, there would be no civilization at all, no roads, no cities, no law. In other words, he was responsible for everything Zeus would later complain about. His methods, however, were not exactly subtle. Prometheus was a teacher in the way that foxes are diplomats, clever, confident, and completely uninterested in asking for permission. Zeus tolerated his lessons for a while, perhaps because they were convenient. Mortals could be useful servants after all, and teaching them a little skill made them easier to manage. But Zeus didn't like being outsmarted, and Prometheus had a particular talent for doing just that. One of the earliest myths that captures this tension comes from Hesiod's Theogony and Works and Days, written in the 7th century BCE. In it, Prometheus plays what might be called the first cosmic prank. The gods and mortals were meeting to decide how sacrifices should be divided. Who would get what share when men slaughtered animals in worship Prometheus, representing humanity, took a freshly killed ox and cleverly divided it into 2 piles. In one heap, he placed the good meat, juicy, rich, and nourishing, but hid it under the animal's unappetizing stomach. In the other, he stacked bare bones and fat, gleaming white and tempting, covering them with shining skin. He then invited Zeus to choose which portion the gods would receive forevermore. Naturally, Zeus, never one to turn down something that looked impressive, picked the glittering pile of bones and fat. When he discovered the trick, the feast was over, and his temper, as always, ignited like lightning. From that day on, humans burned fat and bones to the gods, keeping the edible meat for themselves. The Greeks saw this story as the origin of sacrifice, why smoke and fragrance were offered to heaven while mortals ate the meal. But beneath the ritual lay something else, the first act of defiance, the first time intelligence had outwitted brute power. Zeus never forgot it, and he certainly never forgave it. Prometheus's trick was more than a joke. It was a declaration of sides. In that small act of deception, he had chosen humanity over Olympus. He had shown that wisdom and wit could challenge authority, and that was a dangerous idea to let loose in any universe, divine or mortal. But Prometheus didn't stop there. Seeing humans struggle without warmth or light, he decided to steal fire from the gods. The single act that would make him immortal in myth and unbearable in Zeus's memory fire in Greek thought was not just flame. It was a symbol of divine intelligence, the creative spark that separated gods from beasts. It was invention, passion, and rebellion all at once. Of course, that part of the story belongs to another chapter, but it's worth noting how revolutionary the idea was. In giving fire to mankind, Prometheus gave them technology, comfort, and the means to survive. But he also gave them independence. And independence, to Zeus, looked suspiciously like disobedience. There's something quietly human about Prometheus's defiance. He didn't roar, or threaten, or hurl mountains. He simply refused to accept that ignorance was destiny. In this sense, he represents the earliest Greek ideal of the philosophos, the thinker who asks forbidden questions. Ancient writers compared him to inventors and poets, men who challenged the limits set by gods and kings. And perhaps it's no coincidence that centuries later, the word Promethean would come to mean boundless creativity, reckless ambition, and the price one pays for enlightenment. In Aeschylus's tragedy, Prometheus Bound, written in the 5th century BCE, Prometheus himself reflects on his motives. While chained to the rock, I gave them fire, he says of mankind, and from it they shall learn every art. His tone is not arrogant but resigned, as though he understands both the glory and the curse of his actions. It's the voice of a being who knew that knowledge and suffering often arrive hand in hand. Historically, the Greeks placed immense value on Sophia, wisdom, yet they also feared it when it exceeded its limits. To them, Prometheus embodied both the beauty and the danger of intellect. He was the thinker who reached too high, the rebel who loved too deeply. He gave mortals the tools to rise, but in doing so, he upset the fragile hierarchy that kept gods above and men below. You can almost imagine the scene: Prometheus, standing on some misty mountain ridge, gazing down at humankind huddled in the cold, muttering to himself, "Well, someone has to do something." And from that single moment of empathy, history, or mythology would never be the same again. Zeus, however, had other plans. To a ruler obsessed with order, Prometheus's compassion looked dangerously like treason. In the eyes of Olympus, the Titan had begun to meddle too much, to question too openly, and to teach mortals things best left unknown. What followed would be punishment disguised as divine justice, a story of chains, torment, and an eagle with a very poor sense of boundaries. But before that, before the thunder and the vengeance, there was still fire to steal, and mankind waiting in the dark. And Prometheus, ever the thinker, ever the trickster, was already planning his next move. Long before Prometheus thought to pity humankind, before his clever pranks or forbidden gifts, there had already been a war that shaped everything he would come to defy. The Greeks called it the Titanomachy, a word that sounds like thunder itself, a name big enough for a cosmic family feud that lasted 10 years and changed the universe forever. The story begins with an act of paranoia, which, to be fair, seems to run in the family. The first ruler of heaven, Uranus, the sky, feared his own children, the Titans. So he buried them within the earth, inside their mother, Gaia, until she groaned beneath their weight. From this injustice came rebellion. Her youngest son, Cronus, rose up and overthrew his father, slicing the heavens away from the earth. It was a bloody act, one that separated the world, but also planted the seed of vengeance. For a time, Cronus ruled. He was not cruel, but he was afraid there was a prophecy, and Greek prophecies are never wrong, that one of his own children would one day overthrow him. So, as any calm, well-adjusted father would, Cronus decided to swallow each of his children the moment they were born: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, all devoured in turn. It said that his wife, Rhea, screamed as each newborn vanished into his stomach. But Cronus slept soundly afterward, quite pleased with his precaution. When the sixth child came, Rhea could stand no more. She gave birth to Zeus in secret, hiding the infant in a cave on the island of Crete there. Nymphs raised him, feeding him goat's milk and honey, while warriors clashed their shields to drown out his cries. Rhea tricked Cronus with a stone wrapped in cloth, which he swallowed whole, a parenting strategy that would not be endorsed by modern professionals. Prometheus, who was younger than Cronus but older than Zeus, watched all this unfold with quiet interest. He was a Titan by birth, but his sympathies were already leaning toward the clever and the bold. He saw in Zeus something rare, intelligence mixed with fury. The young god had inherited his father's power, but not his fear. When Zeus came of age, he sought out the counsel of Prometheus, the one Titan who had the gift of foresight. It said that Prometheus warned Zeus that brute strength alone would not win him the heavens. "Victory," he might have murmured, "belongs to those who think ahead." And so Zeus began to plan. With Prometheus's guidance, he tricked Cronus into drinking a potion that forced him to vomit up his swallowed children. A truly unpleasant family reunion. From this grotesque liberation, the Olympians were born anew, no longer helpless infants, but full-grown gods ready for war. The Titanomachy began. For 10 years, thunder rolled, mountains cracked, and the sky itself became a battlefield. On one side stood Cronus and the elder Titans, Oceanus, Iapetus, Hyperion, and their kin, vast beings who had shaped the world's foundations. On the other stood Zeus and his siblings, along with younger divine forces, the Cyclopes, who forged lightning, and the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants whose roar was said to shake the stars. Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus faced a choice. To remain with their Titan brethren was loyalty. To side with Zeus was foresight. The choice, of course, was obvious to Prometheus. He persuaded Epimetheus to stand with the Olympians, not because he loved Zeus, but because he saw that resistance was futile. Cronus' time was over. In myths, this decision often defines Prometheus' character. Not merely rebellious, but perceptive. He understood that power shifts like the seasons, and he preferred to be on the side that lasted longer. The war was brutal. The poets described rivers boiling, the earth splitting open, and the heavens raining fire. The Titans hurled mountains. The Olympians hurled thunder. It was, in short, a typical Greek family argument, just louder and more destructive. Zeus, wielding his new weapon, the thunderbolt, struck down his father and the old order. When the final clash ended, the Titans were defeated, their thrones reduced to dust. Cronus and his allies were cast into Tartarus, that deep pit beneath the earth, darker than night and guarded by bronze gates. The Hecatoncheires, once prisoners themselves, now stood as wardens over the fallen Titans. An irony that the Greeks never failed to appreciate Zeus emerged as ruler of the cosmos, his brothers beside him. The world was divided like an inheritance. Zeus took the heavens, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld. The earth itself was left for all to share, though as in most families, sharing was interpreted rather loosely. The golden age of the Titans was over, replaced by the bright, orderly reign of Olympus. But not everyone rejoiced. The victory of Zeus brought stability, yes, but also hierarchy. Where Cronus had ruled with raw instinct, Zeus ruled with structure, laws, and punishments. The new gods built palaces, forged oaths, and began the long process of deciding who was more important than whom. For some, it was progress. For others, the birth of tyranny Prometheus, who had helped the Olympians to power, began to see the cracks forming. Zeus was quick to anger and slow to forgive, traits that made for efficient government but difficult conversation. He distrusted anyone who thought too deeply. And Prometheus, unfortunately, thought constantly. He questioned the new order, wondering whether divine rule was any wiser than the chaos that came before. After all, had not the gods themselves been born from rebellion? Hadn't every generation overthrown the one before? It seemed a cycle doomed to repeat. In the quiet after the war, Prometheus walked among the smoking ruins of the world, and considered what would come next. The Titans had fallen, but their legacy lingered. In the stones, the seas, and in the hearts of mortals, he foresaw that Zeus's victory, though mighty, would not be eternal. There would be another rebellion someday, another shift of power. That is the curse and comfort of foresight, to know that nothing, not even Olympus, lasts forever. The Greeks saw in this myth the reflection of their own world, the transition from old to new, from chaos to order, from instinct to intelligence. To them, Zeus's rise marked the triumph of divine law, but Prometheus's role reminded them that knowledge and rebellion walk hand in hand. Civilization, after all, requires both, the builder and the questioner, the ruler and the thinker. There's an old saying attributed to the philosopher Heraclitus: the thunderbolt steers all things. But even thunder needs direction, and that, perhaps, was Prometheus's unspoken contribution. Without his counsel, Zeus might never have claimed victory. Without his foresight, the gods might still be wandering in the dark. And yet, in the great irony of myth, Prometheus's intelligence would one day make him the enemy of the very gods he helped create. For now, though, he remained a trusted advisor, a rare titan allowed to walk the halls of Olympus without chains. He dined among immortals, offering quiet advice while Zeus plotted the shaping of mankind below. The air was clear again, the seas calm. The first age of the world had ended, and the next was beginning. one ruled not by ancient monsters, but by gleaming gods atop marble mountains. And far below, in the clay fields of the earth, something fragile and new was taking form. Prometheus's eyes lingered there often, watching as the gods moulded shapes from mud and breath. He knew that this creation, this small, soft species destined to live and die under divine watch, would one day cause more trouble than any Titan ever had. But trouble, as he well knew, was the beginning of everything interesting. And so, beneath the still healing heavens, Prometheus waited, patient, curious, and already planning how to tip the scales once more. The age of war had ended, and the air was finally still. For the first time since the dawn of existence, the heavens were quiet. The Titans lay buried in Tartarus, their roars fading beneath layers of earth and time. On Olympus, the new gods stretched their wings of authority, arranging the cosmos with all the enthusiasm of a new government still learning how to govern. Seas were named, winds assigned, and mountains crowned with temples. But amid all this divine bureaucracy, one problem remained unsolved. The world, though beautiful, was empty of purpose. The rivers glittered, the forests hummed, but there was no one to see, no one to wonder. Zeus, who had conquered the sky and subdued the storms, found the silence a little dull. He decided that the world needed inhabitants, something that could move, think, and perhaps praise. And thus began the idea of mankind. The ancient poets disagree about who first had the notion. Some say it was Zeus himself, seeking companions to admire his power. Others, more sympathetic to intelligence, give the credit to Prometheus Hesiod, that grumpy old poet of the 7th century BCE, implies that the Titan and his brother Epimetheus were put in charge of populating the earth with living creatures. A kind of divine research and development team. The assignment seemed simple enough. Distribute gifts among all creatures so that each might survive. Prometheus, the thoughtful one, gave his younger brother the task of distributing the traits. Claws for lions, wings for birds, shells for turtles, and so on. Epimetheus, whose name as we know means afterthought, got carried away. In his excitement, he handed out everything before realizing he had forgotten one particular species, mankind. When Prometheus came to inspect the work, he found humanity standing naked, shivering and pitiful, surrounded by beasts better armed and better dressed, brilliant. He might have sighed, staring at his brother. You gave claws to cats and forgot clothing for us. It was the first recorded instance of poor resource allocation in cosmic history. Prometheus, being what he was, a problem solver, decided to fix things himself. He shaped the first humans carefully, moulding their limbs from clay and giving them an upright stance. Other creatures looked downward, but these new beings he made to look up toward the sky, toward thought, curiosity, and perhaps trouble. The Greeks loved to imagine this scene, the Titan kneeling by a riverbank, hands covered in earth, forming figures that would one day invent poetry and plumbing. It was a sacred image of craftsmanship, divine artistry meeting patience. In some versions, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, breathed life into the clay figures, a gentle puff that stirred dust into humanity. In others, Prometheus himself kindled their souls, the first breath of consciousness passing from Titan to mortal. To the ancient mind, this story wasn't just poetic, it was practical philosophy. The Greeks believed that humans were born between earth and heaven, bound by both matter and spirit, clay and breath. Mortality and imagination we were, they thought, unfinished creatures, fragile but curious. always striving for something higher. It's not hard to see why they traced our origin to a titan known for foresight, Prometheus's humans. However, had a problem. They were alive but helpless. No fur to keep them warm, no fangs for defence, no sense of divine favour to protect them. They trembled in the cold nights, huddling beneath leaves, terrified of the thunder that rolled across the sky. Zeus, watching from above, found their struggles amusing. To him, mortals were like children playing in the dirt, unworthy of attention. But to Prometheus, the sight stirred something deeper. Not pity exactly, but affection, perhaps even pride, the Titan began to teach them. He showed them how to build shelters from branches and clay, how to read the turning of the seasons, and how to store grain for the winter. He taught them to tame animals, to build boats, and to carve wood into tools. Some myths even credit him with giving language itself, the art of shaping sound into meaning. It was as if he were pouring a little of his own intelligence into their tiny lives. The early Greeks believed this was how civilization began. To them, knowledge wasn't discovered. It was given, stolen sometimes, from higher beings. Every tool, every craft, every art traced its lineage back to some divine spark. Prometheus therefore wasn't merely a mythic figure. He was civilization's first teacher. Philosophers like Plato later referred to him as the founder of techne, human skill, the origin of all progress. But as with all good stories, progress comes with risk. Zeus grew wary of Prometheus's affection for mortals. He saw the Titan bending rules, whispering secrets, and shaping creatures who were becoming a little too capable. It wasn't that Zeus disliked humans. He simply didn't want them getting ideas above their station. The gods valued worship, not equality. Prometheus, of course, ignored all this. He continued his quiet rebellion through generosity. One story says he tricked Zeus again, hiding useful tools in hollow reeds and smuggling them down to earth. Another suggests he gave mankind reason itself, a dangerous gift considering how often it's misused. Whatever the details, his actions made one thing clear. Prometheus saw in mortals what the gods could not. Potential. To him, humanity was a reflection of divine curiosity, not its enemy. They would stumble, yes, but they would also build, question, and remember. The Greeks understood this tension well. In their temples and theatres, they often wondered whether the gods envied or despised them. Prometheus, standing somewhere between heaven and earth, became the bridge between the two, a being who loved both creation and rebellion. In art, the ancient sculptors depicted him not as a monstrous titan, but as a wise craftsman, muscular, thoughtful, his hands shaping the first man from clay. In vase paintings, Athena hovers nearby, ready to breathe life into the form. These images, found on pottery across Athens, were not just decoration, they were moral lessons. They reminded viewers that the human condition, our frailty, our reason, our longing, began with both gift and defiance. There's a quiet irony here that even Hesiod noticed the gods, in creating mankind, had intended to fashion obedient servants. Instead, they got dreamers. The very qualities that made humans weak, imagination, curiosity, restlessness, also made them impossible to control. Prometheus had given them a spark too close to divine. And so, though the earth was now alive with human activity, fires flickering, songs echoing, villages rising, a shadow hung over it all. Zeus's patience was thinning. He sensed that this Titan, this so-called forethought, had plans that stretched too far. For Prometheus, creation was only the beginning. He had shaped humanity's bodies, taught their minds, and kindled their will. But one thing was still missing: warmth. Without fire, his new creatures remained vulnerable, huddled in the cold while Olympus glittered above them, rich with light. And so, in the silence between stars, Prometheus began to consider one final act. A theft? A gift? A spark that would forever divide heaven and earth? But that, the fire, the rebellion, and the punishment that followed, belongs to the next chapter. For now, imagine the scene, the world's first dawn rising over the new human race, dew shining on fields of clay and grass. Prometheus stands nearby, quietly watching, as his fragile creations wake and stretch. Alive for the first time, unaware of how much their maker will soon suffer for their comfort. The wind moves softly through the trees. The gods sleep high above, content for the moment. And in that gentle golden light, the story of humanity begins. Warm, curious, and entirely uninvited. For a time, the world was peaceful. The new mortals of Prometheus's design walked the earth, learning the slow rhythm of life. They built shelters, tilled the ground, and began to name the stars. But when the nights grew long, and winter spread its cold breath across the hills, they suffered. The gods, radiant and warm in Olympus, looked down upon them and saw little more than trembling shadows. To Zeus, this was the natural order of things. Divinity above, mortality below. Yet to Prometheus, it was unbearable. He had given humanity form and knowledge, but not yet the means to survive the elements. He watched them shiver in caves, huddling close for warmth, their faces pale in the dark. He saw children dying in snow, and mothers whispering prayers into empty air. And somewhere between pity and defiance, an idea began to form. The kind of idea that changes everything. Fire. In Greek thought, fire was not merely a tool. It was a divine element. The very essence of power to control fire was to command creation itself. To forge, to cook, to make light from darkness. It belonged to the gods alone. On Olympus, golden flames burned eternally in the hearths of the divine lightning coursed in Zeus's hands. Torches flared in Athena's temples, and the sun itself was the chariot of Helios. Fire was the privilege of heaven, never meant to be shared with the dust. Below Prometheus knew that. He also knew he was going to take it anyway. Ancient poets told many versions of how he did it. Some say he crept into the forge of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, where molten metal flowed like rivers. Others say he climbed the shining steps of Olympus and stole a spark from the chariot of the sun. But the most enduring version is simple and poetic. He took a single ember from the sacred flame and hid it inside a hollow fennel stalk, a green reed with a soft, spongy core, perfect for smuggling warmth. With that tiny light concealed, he descended from the heavens to the cold world below. The image is both humble and revolutionary. A titan, once a counsellor of gods, sneaking through divine halls to steal a spark for mortals. No thunder, no fanfare. Just a quiet act of compassion, or perhaps rebellion, carried out in silence. When he reached the earth, Prometheus held out the glowing stalk to the trembling humans. They stared, terrified at first, a dancing light they'd never seen before. Then, as the warmth reached their skin, they began to smile. They fed the spark with twigs and bark until it grew into flame, flickering against the darkness like dawn itself. That night, for the first time in history, the world glowed. Shadows danced on cave walls. Smoke curled toward the stars, and laughter echoed where there had been only fear to the Greeks. This moment was more than myth. It was civilization's birth. With fire came cooking, pottery, metalwork, and safety. Fire turned night into something bearable. It gave mortals control over their surroundings, over beasts, and eventually over each other. Every skill, every art was thought to flow from that stolen ember the philosopher Plato later called fire, the seed of all invention. And Hesiod, the poet who never trusted a happy ending, warned that humanity's rise would come at a terrible cost because Zeus, of course, found out. No secret stays hidden long in Olympus. Perhaps Hermes, ever the gossip, noticed a faint trail of smoke. Perhaps Zeus simply felt the shift. The air alive with mortal energy. Prayers suddenly laced with confidence instead of fear. Whatever the cause, the king of the gods soon discovered that someone had broken the oldest law. No divine gift was to be given to men without his consent. Zeus's anger was legendary, and this time it burned hotter than the stolen flame itself. Lightning split the sky, and storms raged across the earth. The mortals, newly warmed, watched the heavens boil, and wondered what price their fire would bring. Prometheus knew exactly what it would bring. He had defied the highest authority, undermined the cosmic hierarchy, and, worst of all, proved that even the gods could be outsmarted. It wasn't just theft, it was humiliation. In Hesiod's telling, Zeus declared that this gift would curse mankind as much as it blessed them. From that moment, the perfect harmony between heaven and earth was broken. The gods would demand worship, sacrifices, and obedience, all in exchange for their fragile tolerance. But in that brief window before punishment arrived, humanity thrived. They learned to forge tools, to shape bronze and iron. The first hearths burned in villages, and the first cities flickered into existence. The Greeks later saw this as the beginning of the human story, the moment we became self-sufficient, no longer merely surviving but creating, and all of it, they said, came from Prometheus's stolen light. Historians and philosophers loved this myth for its layers. On the surface, it explained technology, but deeper still, it captured something timeless. That every leap forward comes with risk. Fire, like knowledge, is both saviour and destroyer. It can warm or it can burn. The myth reminded listeners that the same spark that lights our homes can also ignite our ruin. Prometheus knew this, and still he gave it freely. In later Greek thought, he became a symbol of the philosopher, the thinker, who challenges the limits imposed by gods, kings, or tradition. To question authority, the Greeks knew, was to invite punishment, but also to move the world forward. Even Aeschylus, writing centuries later, saw in Prometheus a kind of tragic hero, defiant, suffering, yet unbroken. His crime was not pride, but compassion sharpened by intellect. One might imagine that, in the quiet after the storm, Prometheus stood among the mortals and watched their fires burning, small, scattered, fragile, but unstoppable. The people might have gathered around him in gratitude, offering food or song. He would have smiled, perhaps even joked, "Try not to burn the forest down." A small jest, though one suspects he meant it literally. But Zeus, high in his marble palace, was not smiling. To him, Prometheus's gift had upset the balance of the universe. Mortals, once dependent, were now defiant. They could warm themselves without Olympus. They could cook without prayers. The line between God and man had blurred. For that, the Titan would pay dearly. The gods began to prepare punishment, not just for Prometheus, but for the entire human race. Zeus, ever the dramatist, would craft a lesson that neither Titan nor mortal would forget. For the humans, there would be a gift of his own, one wrapped in beauty, charm, and calamity. And for Prometheus, there would be torment as eternal as his foresight. But that is the cruel symmetry of mythology. Every light casts a shadow. Every spark, once stolen, demands a price. Still, the Greeks never forgot who had given them their first fire. Even in later centuries, as temples rose and poets wrote, Prometheus's name remained a quiet tribute to rebellion in the service of kindness. His stolen ember became the symbol of invention, defiance, and hope. It was the fire of the blacksmith, the torch of the scholar, the lamp of discovery, and perhaps even the candle by which ancient listeners heard these stories before falling asleep. And so the fire burned still, not in Olympus nor in Tartarus, but in the hearts of the curious. Those who look at the world, see its coldness, and think, as Prometheus once did, perhaps I can make it warmer. Long before Prometheus ever stole fire, before the Great Rebellion and the chain-bound punishment to come, there had already been another act of defiance. Smaller, quieter, but just as significant. It took place not in the heavens, but around a table. The Greeks, you see, loved a good meal. They believed the bond between gods and men was first sealed over food, shared sacrifices, shared offerings. But like any family gathering, it didn't take long for arguments to begin about who was getting the better portion. It was Prometheus who started it, of course not out of greed, but out of principle. Or possibly mischief disguised as principle. Zeus had recently taken control of the cosmos, establishing laws and rituals to remind every creature of its place. Among these, he declared that humans must honour the gods with offerings of meat. In exchange, the gods would grant protection, good harvests, and a mild absence of plagues. It was by divine standards a reasonable arrangement, but Prometheus, ever the champion of humankind, found it unfair. Mortals worked the fields, raised the cattle, and yet they were expected to hand over the best parts of their food to beings who never hungered. Why should they? He might have asked, with that infuriatingly calm logic that often precedes chaos. What good is meat to a god who never eats? And so he devised a test, or a trick, depending on your moral alignment. The scene is described most famously by Hesiod, who preserved it with the blunt disapproval of a man who has personally been tricked at dinner before Prometheus butchered a great ox and divided it into 2 heaps. In one, he placed the good meat, the rich flesh and nourishing organs, but he hid it beneath the animal's unsightly stomach lining, a covering so unappetizing that even the bravest warrior would hesitate. In the other pile, he arranged bare bones, carefully polished, and wrapped them in a thick layer of shining fat. To the casual eye, the second heap looked far more appealing. He then presented the 2 offerings before Zeus and said, "Choose, O king of the gods, which share you prefer. The one you choose shall forever belong to the gods. The other shall be the portion of men." Zeus, proud and impatient, surveyed both heaps. The first looked dull and meagre. The second gleamed invitingly in the sunlight. You can imagine the smug little smile on Prometheus's face as he watched the great thunderer fall for the oldest trick in the universe. Appearances, Zeus chose the pile of fat and bones. When he discovered what lay beneath, nothing of substance, just gleaming deception, his fury was instant. But a rule, once made by divine decree, could not easily be undone. From that day on, mortals were allowed to keep the edible parts of their sacrifices, while the gods received the smoke, fat and bones, the scent of worship rather than the meat itself. To this day, ancient Greek temples record this custom. In festivals and sacrifices, priests would burn portions of fat and bone on the altar, sending smoke to Olympus. The remaining meat was roasted and eaten by the community, a sacred meal of thanksgiving. And, if one were honest, a very practical compromise. It's a small story, but the Greeks saw it as a turning point. Before that moment, they believed gods and men dined together as equals. The feast of deception divided the world forever, the divine above, the mortal below. And at the centre of that separation stood Prometheus, smiling faintly as if to say, well, someone had to level the playing field. Zeus, however, didn't share the joke. The thunder god's anger was slow to fade, and in Olympus, anger has a long memory. He suspected that Prometheus's act was not just mischief, but rebellion in disguise, a statement that mortals deserved more than scraps. Perhaps he was right. Prometheus's loyalty had always leaned toward those who struggled. He saw something noble in their frailty, something divine in their persistence. But Zeus saw something dangerous. The Feast of Deception had planted a seed of doubt in divine order. If a titan could outsmart the king of gods, what might mortals dare to imagine next? For all his majesty, Zeus was deeply insecure about such questions. His entire reign depended on respect, or failing that, fear. Prometheus's trick undermined both historians and mythographers later interpreted the story in practical terms. It explained why the Greeks burned the less desirable parts of the animal to the gods and feasted on the rest themselves. It also illustrated a deeply human truth. That ritual often begins with misunderstanding. Every time a farmer lit his altar and watched smoke rise into the air, he was, knowingly or not, reenacting Prometheus's prank, the world's first theological loophole. But symbolically, the myth runs deeper. It's about perception versus reality, the glittering surface hiding the empty core. A warning, perhaps, that even gods can be fooled by appearances. To later philosophers, it also marked the dawn of human independence. No longer were mortals merely subjects. They had, through cleverness, negotiated a small slice of dignity. Prometheus became their advocate, their trickster saviour, the one who used wit to tilt the scales of fate. There's something profoundly Greek in that idea. The culture that would later produce Socrates and Aristotle already revered the cunning mind that could question divine authority. To them, intelligence was not sin, but survival. Of course, Prometheus might have taken the lesson a bit too far. The Feast of Deception wasn't the end of his meddling. It was the beginning. It taught him that the gods could be tricked, that authority could be outwitted. And it taught Zeus something equally valuable, that mercy was overrated. The next time Prometheus interfered in divine affairs, Zeus would not be so easily humiliated. When the Titan later stole fire and gave it to mankind, it wasn't merely theft. It was revenge in motion, the continuation of an ancient argument over dinner. Every flash of lightning, every roar of thunder afterward, might be heard as Zeus muttering, "You think you're clever, don't you?" Yet even knowing the consequences, Prometheus never regretted his choice. To him, the balance between gods and mortals had to be corrected. If trickery was the only tool left to reason, so be it. There is, in his defiance, a kind of weary humour, a cosmic shrug that says, if the rules are unfair, change the game. Greek audiences adored such moments of defiance. In their plays and poetry, cleverness often triumphed where strength could not. Odysseus outwitted giants, Hermes stole Apollo's cattle, and Prometheus outthought Zeus himself. Cunning was not deceit, it was survival dressed in intelligence. And so, the Feast of Deception became part of every retelling of his myth. A quiet rebellion, half comedy and half tragedy, reminding mortals that the world's first victory over the gods was won not with strength, but with a smile and a clever arrangement of meat. Some ancient vase paintings even depict the scene. Prometheus, standing by the divided ox, presenting both heaps with mock solemnity. Zeus, frowning suspiciously. and a few other gods already guessing that this won't end well. The image captures perfectly the humour and hubris of the moment, a divine misunderstanding immortalised in art. From this single act of cleverness, the fate of mankind was set in motion. For once, humans learned they could deceive gods. They learned they could think for themselves. And for once, Zeus learned he could be deceived. He began to suspect that every flicker of mortal ingenuity was a potential rebellion. The feast was over, but the argument would never end. And so, from that smoky table of bones and fat, the long tension between heaven and earth began. The struggle between power and intelligence, law and compassion, thunder and fire. Prometheus had taken the first step down a path that would lead him to chains, torment and legend. But for now, in the faint glow of the first sacrificial fire, he simply watched the smoke rise toward Olympus, a thin, curling thread of laughter in the cold, divine air. By now, Zeus had endured quite enough of Prometheus's cleverness. First, the Titan had tricked him at the feast, forcing the gods to settle for fat and bones while mortals kept the meat. Then, he had stolen the divine flame and delivered it into mortal hands, giving humankind both warmth and independence. In the order of Olympus, this was not a prank. It was rebellion. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of thunder, and self-appointed guardian of dignity, was not a being accustomed to being outsmarted. He could forgive the occasional mortal for overstepping, perhaps even admire it. But Prometheus was a titan, a being who should have known better. And worse, he had done it all with a calm sort of smugness, as though justice itself were on his side. There are few things more dangerous in mythology than making a god look foolish. And so, Zeus began to plot revenge, not only upon Prometheus, but upon the very creatures he had tried to protect. If Prometheus loved humanity so much, then humanity would share his punishment. The Greeks, ever fond of balance, imagined that divine retribution was rarely swift. It was measured, elegant, and, in Zeus's case, just a little theatrical. He would not destroy mankind. That would be too simple. Instead, he would teach them. The world had become too warm, too content. It was time, Zeus thought, to reintroduce the concept of suffering. And so he conceived a gift. It would not be a plague, nor a storm, nor a flood. It would be something far more dangerous than all those combined. Something beautiful. He summoned Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, and ordered him to sculpt from clay a figure of perfect grace. The smith god obeyed, his hammer ringing like a heartbeat through Olympus. From his forge emerged a woman, the first of her kind, moulded from the same earth that had shaped mankind, but infused with divine allure. Zeus named her Pandora, meaning all-gifted, for each god and goddess would contribute something to her creation. Athena clothed her in silvery robes and taught her the art of weaving Aphrodite bestowed upon her beauty and charm, enough to make gods falter and mortals forget their reason. Hermes, ever the trickster, granted her the gift of persuasion, and a tongue sharp enough to cut both ways. From Apollo came music, from the Graces the art of grace itself, and from Hera, perhaps the least generous of them all, came curiosity, a trait that would prove to be humanity's undoing. When the work was complete, Pandora stood before the gods, radiant and breathing, her eyes wide with wonder. She was everything Zeus intended, a masterpiece of loveliness and danger combined. But like all beautiful gifts from Olympus, she came with fine print. In her hands, Zeus placed a jar, not a box, as later storytellers would call it, but a great clay pithos sealed tight with a lid. Inside, he said, were blessings meant for mankind. She was not to open it under any circumstances. Naturally, this was like telling a child not to peek at a wrapped present. Zeus then sent Pandora down to earth, as a gift to Prometheus's brother, Epimetheus, the very same Titan whose name meant afterthought. Prometheus had warned him sternly never to accept any gifts from Zeus, especially ones that smiled. But Epimetheus, true to his name, forgot. He saw Pandora's beauty, heard her laughter, and promptly fell in love. For a time, life seemed idyllic. Pandora was gentle, curious, and endlessly fascinated by the world around her. But her gaze often returned to the jar. It sat in the corner of their home, quietly humming with mystery, its surface inscribed with symbols she could not read. She told herself she would never open it, and then immediately began wondering what might happen if she did. The Greeks, always fond of irony, understood this impulse perfectly. To them, curiosity was both the finest and the most perilous of human traits. It drove invention, discovery, and philosophy, but it also led to ruin. In Pandora's case, it did both. One quiet afternoon, when Epimetheus was away, Pandora approached the jar. She traced her fingers over its lid, feeling the faint pulse of divine power beneath. "Just a peek," she whispered, words that have preceded most of humanity's disasters ever since she lifted the lid, and out came the world's sorrows. The air filled with a dark wind as shapes poured forth. Sickness, hunger, envy, war, and grief. All the afflictions that would haunt humankind forever. They flew like shadows over the earth, scattering into every home, every heart. Pandora, terrified, slammed the lid shut, but it was too late. All the miseries of existence had escaped. All except one. When she dared to open the jar again, she found a single thing remaining inside. Olympus, the spirit of hope. She lifted it gently. Confused hope, unlike the others, glowed faintly. Not a curse, but a comfort. Zeus, in his complex cruelty, had allowed it to stay behind. A counterweight to suffering it was, the Greeks believed, both a mercy and a mockery. Hope would keep humanity struggling, striving, and surviving, even when reason might suggest giving up. Without it, life would be unbearable. With it, life would be endured. And so the world changed. Where once humans had lived without pain or death, now they knew toil and sickness. Where once they had fire as a gift, now they would use it to forge weapons and bury their dead. In this way, Zeus's vengeance was complete. He had punished not just Prometheus, but all of humankind, ensuring that every joy would carry its shadow. To the ancient Greeks, this story wasn't simply about curiosity, it was about the complexity of existence. They believed that pain and joy were inseparable, that to feel one was to make room for the other. Pandora's jar symbolized that eternal balance, the fragile bargain between hope and despair. Over time, philosophers like Epicurus and later the Stoics would reinterpret the myth. They saw Pandora not as wicked, but as human, a being who sought knowledge and paid the price. In her curiosity lay the first spark of what made humanity different from beasts, the desire to understand no matter the consequence. And, in that sense, she was not so different from Prometheus himself. Both reached for forbidden things. Both suffered for it. The Titan stole fire. The woman opened the jar. Each act brought suffering, and yet each also brought something divine. For without fire, there is no civilization. Without curiosity, no wisdom. The poets, perhaps mercifully, spared Pandora her punishment. She lived on, they said, as a symbol, the first of all women, the mother of humankind's hope and grief alike. But Zeus's wrath was not yet satisfied. The mortals had been punished, yes, but the Titan who had caused all this, the one who had defied Olympus and handed light to the dust, still roamed free. That Zeus decided would not stand. And so, high above the mortal world, the king of the gods prepared a punishment so severe, so poetic, that it would echo through the ages. A torment designed not just to hurt, but to remind every being, mortal or divine, of what happens when intelligence challenges authority. But that story, the rock, the chains, the eagle, and the endless sky, belongs to the next chapter. For now, imagine Pandora closing the lid of her jar for the last time, trembling in the half-light, while humanity stirs in its new world. Weary, wise, but still clutching that one small, glowing thing. Hope. There are few things the gods love more than ceremony. When Zeus finally decided to punish Prometheus, he did not do it in haste or anger alone. He did it with style, the sort of dramatic vengeance that poets could sing about for centuries. If Prometheus had given fire to mortals, then Zeus would give him something eternal in return. Pain that could not be extinguished, suffering that would outlast empires, and silence to replace his clever words. The other gods watched in uneasy admiration. Punishment on Olympus was often swift, but this one was deliberate, almost artful in its cruelty. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, was ordered to forge chains of adamantine, a mythical metal harder than any stone, impossible to break. Hermes, the messenger, was tasked to escort Prometheus to the place of his punishment. And the fates themselves were called to witness, so that even destiny would remember what happens when forethought defies authority. Prometheus was calm when they came for him. He had known this moment would arrive. After all, foresight was his defining trait. Perhaps he even found a grim satisfaction in the inevitability of it all. For years, he had watched the fire spread across the mortal world, smoke curling upward from villages, light flickering against the darkness of night. Humanity was surviving, even thriving. That alone, he might have thought, was worth the cost. He was taken far to the east, to the lonely mountain of the Caucasus, a region the Greeks imagined as the edge of the world, where earth and sky met in cold silence. There, upon a jagged cliff overlooking nothingness, the chains were fastened around his limbs. Hephaestus, ever dutiful, hammered the final links into place. The sound echoed through the mountain like a funeral bell. "Forgive me," Hephaestus murmured, for even gods of craft could feel pity. Prometheus only smiled. "No need," he might have said. "Do your work well." And so the hammer fell, and the Titan was bound forever. His arms stretched wide, his body pressed against the rock, his gaze fixed upon the endless horizon. Then came the final touch of Zeus's justice. The eagle. It was not an ordinary bird, but a divine creature born of storm and iron, vast enough to blot out the sun. Its wings hissed like wind through bronze, its eyes sharp as lightning. Each day it descended upon the mountain, its cry echoing across the empty sky, and each day it feasted upon Prometheus's liver, tearing and devouring it until nothing remained. But each night, as darkness returned, the wound healed. The liver grew whole again, ready for the next dawn, the next descent, the next scream swallowed by silence. The cycle was endless, perfect in its symmetry, a punishment that mirrored eternity itself. To the ancient Greeks, this image was both horrifying and profound. They believed the liver was the seat of emotion and vitality, the organ that renewed itself, the symbol of life's persistence. To destroy it daily, only for it to regrow, was to inflict not just pain but awareness. Prometheus could not die, he could only endure. Philosophers later found meaning in his endurance. Aeschylus, in his tragedy Prometheus Bound, imagined the Titan speaking proudly even as the eagle tore into him. "I know that I have sinned, if sin it be, in loving mankind." That line, recited by actors in torch-lit theatres across Athens, sent shivers through listeners. Here was a godlike being who suffered not for greed, but for compassion. He became, in their eyes, the first martyr of reason, punished not for wickedness, but for kindness mixed with defiance. And yet, in that very defiance, there was something deeply human. Prometheus's torment mirrored the human condition itself. Endless striving, endless renewal, the refusal to surrender to fate. His chains were literal, but they also symbolized the limits placed upon every mind that dares to question authority. Zeus, watching from Olympus, felt no remorse. For him, this was justice, the restoration of divine order. Mortals would remember their place. They would light their fires carefully, glancing upward at the thunderclouds in silent gratitude and fear. The message was clear. Knowledge has a price, and rebellion will be bound. But not all on Olympus agreed. Some gods, particularly Athena, pitied Prometheus. She saw in him a reflection of her own devotion to wisdom, though his version was far less obedient. Even Hermes, who had chained him, reportedly visited sometimes, bearing Zeus's taunts. "When will you beg for mercy?" Prometheus, in every telling, refused. "When Zeus ceases to be unjust," he answered, a line the poets repeated with admiration. The centuries passed, or perhaps only days, for time means little to immortals. Seasons changed around him. Snow fell upon his shoulders, melted, and fell again. Mortals built temples in his honour. Small fires flickering at their doorsteps, unaware that the one who gave them warmth lay freezing on a rock beyond the world's edge. In some versions, Prometheus was offered freedom, if only he would reveal a secret that Zeus desperately wanted to know. The Titan, you see, had foreseen a prophecy that one day a child born of Zeus might overthrow him, just as Zeus had overthrown Cronus, and Cronus had overthrown Uranus before him. The cycle of rebellion was eternal, and Zeus feared its repetition. "Tell me who it is," the god demanded, "and I will set you free." But Prometheus, who had once betrayed the Titans to side with Zeus, would not repeat that mistake. He held his silence. To suffer for mankind was one thing, to betray prophecy for comfort was another. And so the eagle came, again and again, until even the rocks grew tired of echoing his pain. The Greeks believed he endured there for ages, until the age of heroes dawned. It was then, they said, that Heracles, the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, passed through the Caucasus during one of his 12 labours. Seeing the chained Titan, Heracles took pity. With his bow, he shot the great eagle from the sky and shattered its endless flight. Then with a swing of his strength, he broke the adamantine chains. When Zeus learned what had happened, he did not rage. Perhaps in that moment, he recognized the balance of things. The son he had fathered through defiance had freed the rebel he had punished through pride. It was a neat symmetry, and Zeus, if nothing else, respected a well-drawn line. He allowed the deed to stand. Prometheus, now free, was said to have joined the gods once more. Though forever changed, he never apologized, never bowed. Instead, he carried the quiet dignity of one who has already paid every price worth paying. To the philosophers of later ages, to Plato, to the Stoics, and even to the poets of Rome, his story became a mirror. He was the eternal rebel, the mind that refuses silence, the fire that will not die. His suffering, though endless, became something sacred, a symbol of the cost of enlightenment. And for the storytellers, he became something softer too. A lonely figure beneath an endless sky, punished not for sin, but for love, for seeing potential in fragile creatures who would never remember his name, yet would carry his light forever. On winter nights, the Greeks imagined they could still see him in the constellations, chained among the stars, his fire burning faintly as starlight. Even in punishment, he remained what he had always been, foresight itself, looking ever forward, watching the future unfold with quiet patience. And so the eagle sleeps, the chains lie broken, and the world still burns with the warmth of his stolen flame. For though Zeus's vengeance was eternal in design, eternity, it seems, is a long time for even a god to hold a grudge Prometheus endured. Humanity endured, and somewhere, beneath the cold breath of the Caucasus wind, a faint ember still glows. The last laugh of a titan who refused to stop caring. The world changes quietly in mythology. One age fades into another, not with ceremony, but with the slow turning of divine boredom. After centuries of gods ruling from Olympus and mortals lighting their meagre fires, the silence between heaven and earth began to fill again, this time with the footsteps of heroes. It was called the Age of Heroes, a period when the boundary between mortal and divine blurred like mist at dawn. Children of gods walked among men, and men, emboldened by fire and ambition, began to challenge the limits set for them. Giants were slain, cities were founded, and poets sang of courage as though it were a birthright. The Greeks looked back on this era as a golden contradiction, noble, tragic, and very noisy. And somewhere far away, beyond the edges of their stories, the titan Prometheus still hung upon his mountain, the wind gnawing at his skin, the eagle returning each morning with mechanical punctuality. Humanity, the race he had shaped and saved, was thriving, building temples, waging wars, writing poems. Yet not one of them could reach him. Even in their gratitude, they had forgotten the cost of their fire. But myths, like debts, are rarely left unpaid forever. Among the countless children born to gods and mortals, one stood apart. Heracles, son of Zeus, an immortal woman named Alcmene. From birth, his life was marked by struggle. Hera, the jealous queen of Olympus, despised him for what he represented. Her husband's infidelity made flesh. And she did everything in her divine power to make his life miserable snakes in the cradle, madness in adulthood, and a set of labours so impossible they might as well have been designed by bureaucracy. But where most men would have broken, Heracles endured. His strength was legendary, yes, but it was his stubbornness that truly made him heroic. When faced with the impossible, he simply did it. He fought beasts, fetched golden apples, and cleaned stables that would have made any reasonable man weep. Each victory carried him further from mortality and closer to myth. It was during one of these labours, the journey to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, that his path crossed the shadow of Prometheus. The Hesperides were daughters of the night, keepers of a garden at the world's western edge, where trees bore fruit of eternal life. But no man knew exactly where that garden lay. So Heracles, in his usual pragmatic fashion, decided to find someone who did. He travelled east to the mountains where Atlas, the titan brother of Prometheus, held up the sky upon his shoulders. It was said that only Atlas knew the paths of earth and heaven. Yet before Heracles could reach him, he passed through the Caucasus, that lonely, jagged range where the wind never ceased. There, amid the snow and rock, he saw something strange. A dark shape bound to a cliff, motionless but alive. At first he thought it a statue, some forgotten relic of the gods, but then it moved, slowly, painfully. and the sound of clinking chains echoed through the thin air. The figure lifted its head. "Traveller," said a voice, low and steady despite the centuries. "Tell me, do mortals still remember fire?" Heracles, not known for subtlety, frowned. "Of course we do. We use it daily." "Then," the Titan said, almost smiling, "my suffering was not in vain." Heracles realized who he was speaking to. Even he, son of Zeus, had heard the stories. The bringer of fire, the chained rebel, the eternal sufferer. And as he stood there, the eagle's shadow swept across the snow. It descended once more, as it had every day for an age, wings slicing the air, talons gleaming like bronze. Without hesitation, Heracles reached for his bow. The eagle shrieked, but too late. The arrow, straight and sure, pierced its heart. The creature fell, vanishing into the clouds below. For the first time since the dawn of mankind, the mountain was silent. Prometheus looked down, disbelief flickering across his face. The wound upon his chest did not open again. The air felt still. Heracles stepped closer, studying the chains. "My father put you here," he said quietly. "Yes," Prometheus replied, "and now his son sets me free. The irony is not lost on me." With a grin that was half amusement, half exertion, Heracles braced his hands upon the chains and pulled. They groaned, then snapped. Adamantine links, shattering like twigs. One by one, the bonds fell away, until Prometheus stood unbound for the first time in countless years. He swayed, weak but unbroken. Zeus, watching from Olympus, saw it all. The lightning flickered briefly in the clouds, and then, surprisingly, it stopped. No wrath, no thunder, no punishment. Instead, only silence. Perhaps the old god was tired of the quarrel. Perhaps he admired the symmetry of it. His own son, born of mortal flesh, performing an act of mercy that even immortals had avoided. Or perhaps Zeus, in his wisdom, knew that even punishment has an expiration date. Whatever the reason, he allowed the deed to stand. According to some tellings, Heracles placed a ring upon Prometheus's finger, forged from the remnants of his chains and the rock to which he had been bound. A symbolic reminder that even in freedom, defiance leaves its mark. The Greeks later claimed this was the origin of the iron rings worn by men, a quiet echo of Prometheus's endurance. In gratitude, the Titan revealed to Heracles the secret path to the Garden of the Hesperides, ensuring his success in that labour. Their meeting, though brief, bridged two ages, the age of the Titans and the age of heroes. The old world and the new shook hands, and for a fleeting moment, the endless chain of rebellion, punishment, and mercy felt complete. Philosophers loved this scene. To them, it wasn't just rescue, it was reconciliation. Prometheus symbolized knowledge and foresight. Heracles represented strength and action together. They formed the balance the Greeks admired. Mind and muscle, reason and will. Each was incomplete without the other. After his release, Prometheus returned to the world quietly. Some said he went to Olympus and reconciled with Zeus, revealing the secret he had long guarded, that the child fated to overthrow the king of gods would not come from any mortal woman, but from the sea goddess Thetis. The same Thetis whom Zeus wisely avoided marrying others, said Prometheus withdrew from divine affairs altogether, preferring solitude to the company of deities who talked too loudly and thought too little. In either case, his story did not end in bitterness. He had endured his punishment without submission, his silence without despair. To the Greeks, that endurance was its own kind of victory, the triumph of intellect over suffering. Later generations saw in his tale something timeless. Aeschylus turned it into tragedy, Plato turned it into philosophy, and poets of every age turned it into symbol, the spark of knowledge, the courage to defy tyranny, the cost of compassion. And as for Heracles, his act of mercy became one more mark on his impossible resume of labours. When he finally ascended to Olympus after his own death, some say Prometheus was among the few who welcomed him, not as god to god, but as one rebel to another. It's a curious thing, the way myths intertwine. The Titan who had once betrayed his kind to side with Zeus was betrayed by Zeus in turn, and it was Zeus's own son, half mortal, who ended the cycle. If the gods were playing chess, Prometheus had just witnessed a stalemate, and, being who he was, probably found it amusing. The Greeks, sitting around their fires still stolen, still glowing, told this story in the hush before sleep. They imagined the freed Titan walking away from his mountain, the last light of sunset flickering against his chains somewhere above. An eagle circled no more. And far below, humans carried on their endless striving, building, dreaming, failing, trying again, exactly as he had known they would, because that, in the end, was the point of it all. Not the fire, not the punishment, not even the forgiveness, but endurance. The quiet, stubborn endurance of those who keep the flame burning, no matter how many times the storm rolls in. And so, under the fading stars of the heroic age, Prometheus stepped down from his lonely rock, free at last. The wind had carried his laughter across the mountains. Soft, tired, and a little ironic it sounded, if you listened carefully, almost human. The world moves on, but myths have long memories. Though the Titans faded into silence and the gods of Olympus turned their attention elsewhere, Prometheus remained. Not in form, but in idea his body was freed from the rock, but his story never truly escaped its chains. For as long as humans kept the flame alive, his presence endured, flickering quietly in the background of every age. The Greeks themselves never forgot him. They saw in Prometheus something rare among their gods: empathy. Zeus demanded obedience, Athena wisdom, Apollo order, but Prometheus offered something softer, something ungoverned, the belief that knowledge and compassion could coexist. He was not a ruler or a warrior. He was a thinker, and thinkers in mythology tend to suffer for it. To the poets of the classical world, his story became more than a tale about rebellion. It was a mirror for civilization itself. Each retelling, each reshaping, said as much about the storyteller as about the Titan Hesiod, the earliest to write of him, saw Prometheus as the cause of mankind's hardship, a meddler who brought both fire and sorrow. Aeschylus, centuries later, reimagined him as a hero, noble, defiant, misunderstood. And Plato, always the philosopher, turned him into an allegory of human progress, the spark of intelligence that separates us from the beasts, and perhaps from the gods themselves. But beyond the marble columns and the scrolls of philosophy, Prometheus lived on in quieter places. In the workshops of blacksmiths, the studies of scholars, the flicker of oil lamps late at night. To light a fire was to honour him, even unknowingly. The Greeks built small hearths in his name, and offered him honeyed wine, whispering thanks for the warmth that kept the dark at bay. The Romans, inheriting the myths of Greece, made him something grander still, the symbol of humanitas, the indomitable spirit of humankind. In their imagination, Prometheus stood for all who dare to create, to defy, to reach beyond what is allowed. He became the craftsman's patron, the inventor's muse, the whisper in the ear of every sculptor shaping beauty from stone. And as centuries turned and empires rose and fell, his flame never dimmed. Long after the temples of Zeus had crumbled, and the names of gods were spoken only in poetry, Prometheus survived. Reborn each time humanity dared to question the heavens again, the Renaissance rediscovered him. Painters and poets saw in his suffering a reflection of their own struggle. The mind breaking free from medieval shadow into the light of reason in Florence and Paris, they painted him not as a titan of punishment, but as a saint of enlightenment, a bringer of the human dawn. His chains were imagined as symbols of ignorance, his fire as the light of knowledge. By the 18th century, in the age of science and revolution, Prometheus had become something even greater, the patron of rebellion itself. The poet Goethe called him the titan who dared to rival the gods. Percy Shelley, writing in a world of smoke and industry, gave him new life in his drama Prometheus Unbound, a vision of defiance freed from divine tyranny. In Shelley's telling, Prometheus is not just a character, but an ideal, a spirit that refuses to submit to cruelty even when crushed by it. His story, once told by firelight to lull listeners to sleep, had become a call to awaken. And yet, through all these retellings, one truth lingered unchanged. Prometheus's gift was not merely fire, but hope. The same spark Pandora left behind at the bottom of her jar fire, and hope, two sides of the same flame. Both fragile, both dangerous, both eternal. It's tempting to think that Zeus's punishment failed in the end. The god tried to chain knowledge, but knowledge cannot be chained. It slips through the cracks of power, hides in the minds of those who refuse to stop asking questions. For every age that burns its thinkers, another age rises to honour them. The Greeks, in their quiet wisdom, already knew this. They called it Moira, fate, the pattern that repeats itself no matter how loudly the gods protest. Prometheus's fire, in a sense, became history itself, each generation kindling it anew, each one adding its own kind of light. In the Middle Ages, it was the scholar in candlelit monasteries, copying forbidden texts. In the Enlightenment, it was the scientist peering through telescopes. In our own time, it's the spark that leaps each time a new idea challenges an old certainty. The form of fire changes, from torch to lamp, from lantern to screen, but the spirit behind it remains the same. There's a reason, perhaps, why storytellers across millennia have always returned to him. The myth of Prometheus is not about victory or defeat, it's about persistence. He knew the cost of giving fire, and still he gave it. He foresaw the punishment, and still he accepted it. He believed that creation, even when punished, is its own form of defiance. The Greeks called that arete, excellence not of power, but of purpose. To live one's nature fully, even in suffering, was the highest form of virtue. Prometheus embodied it. He was foresight given form, endurance made divine. And so his story drifts through time, glowing faintly in the cracks of every civilization that followed. Painters depicted him chained under stormy skies. Philosophers quoted him when debating freedom. Scientists invoked his name when pushing the limits of knowledge. Even Mary Shelley, in writing Frankenstein, subtitled her novel The Modern Prometheus, a warning that the same fire that drives progress can also burn the hands that hold it. But that too was part of his gift, to remind us that light is never harmless. Every leap forward carries a shadow. To steal fire is to accept the risk of being burned. Yet still we reach for it, again and again, because something within us refuses the dark. In the end, perhaps that's why his story endures more powerfully than any other myth of Greece. Zeus's thunder may have ruled the skies, but it was Prometheus's fire that ruled the earth. Long after Olympus was forgotten, Long after temples crumbled and languages changed, the fire still burns. In lamps, in engines, in hearts. And when we light a candle, or strike a match, or stare into the glow of a screen late at night, perhaps some small ancient part of us still remembers him, the titan on his mountain, the rebel with the quiet smile, the one who believed that warmth and wisdom were worth any price. The poets of old said that when Heracles freed him, Prometheus gazed once more upon the world he had shaped. The fires of humankind dotted the horizon like stars reflected in the sea. Beautiful, he might have whispered. They've learned to keep it burning. And maybe, if you listen closely, you can still hear that whisper when you sit by a fire, in the soft crackle of the logs, in the gentle rhythm of breath and flame. It's the sound of defiance turned to comfort, of rebellion becoming tradition. The fire does not roar anymore, it hums, quiet and steady, like a heartbeat in the dark. And as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, the flame flickers lower, not gone, only resting. Just as Prometheus, somewhere in the endless sky of myth, finally rests, watching, waiting, content at last to see that the world he defied heaven to protect no longer needs his hands, only his light. You've tucked yourself in. The room is quiet. The world for a little while is no longer demanding your attention. Now, let's drift back, not just in time, but beyond time, into the world of Greek mythology. A place where gods argued like relatives at a wedding, mortals made poor choices with remarkable consistency, and punishment was rarely proportionate, or merciful, or sensible if we're being honest. Tonight's journey begins not with the punishment itself, but with the divine mind behind it. Because to understand why the gods punished, we must first understand who they were, and what on earth made them so terribly moody. The Greek gods were a spectacular blend of brilliance and pettiness. Unlike the all-knowing, all-loving deities of later religions, the Olympians were, well, very human. They argued, they cheated, they got jealous, threw tantrums, and played favourites. They could bless you with beauty one day and turn you into a lizard the next. Their sense of justice had less to do with morality and more to do with mood. Zeus, for instance, the king of the gods, was known for his thunderbolts and, shall we say, a rather vigorous romantic life. He ruled Olympus with a heavy hand and an even heavier ego. Woe betide any mortal or titan who dared outshine him, disobey him, or most dangerous of all, make him look silly. Then there's Hera, his long-suffering queen. A goddess of marriage who spent most of her time dealing with her husband's affairs by punishing his mistresses and illegitimate children. Not exactly a modern approach to therapy, but it was consistent. Athena, goddess of wisdom, could be brilliant and composed one moment, and the next she'd turn a talented weaver into a spider for daring to challenge her craft. The gods did not punish out of fairness, they punished out of offence. And the mortal sin wasn't always murder or treason. It was hubris, the act of stepping out of one's place, trying to be too clever, too proud, too equal to the gods. That, in Greek thinking, was the ultimate misstep. Not evil, but arrogance. And the consequences? Eternal. The word hubris doesn't translate neatly into modern English, but think of it as arrogance with a dash of impiety and a dollop of poor judgment. In Greek tragedy, hubris is what gets heroes killed. Not evil, but the failure to know their limits. Try to fly too high, like Icarus? You'll fall. Think you're smarter than Zeus? You'll get chained to a mountain and have your liver pecked out daily. Boast that your children are more beautiful than the gods. You might watch them all perish and be turned to stone from grief. There's no gentle slap on the wrist in myth. There is only spectacle. This reflects how the ancient Greeks saw the world. Mortals were not meant to rival gods. Life was a delicate balance of knowing one's place, honouring the divine, and surviving long enough to die respectably. The punishments in myth weren't just stories. They were cautionary tales, social instruction, and, if we're being slightly cynical, entertainment. After all, these myths weren't tucked away in books. They were sung at festivals, painted on pottery, and performed in vast open-air theatres. The Greeks didn't just fear divine punishment. They admired it, the drama of it, the poetry. And sometimes, just sometimes, they suspected the gods enjoyed it too. Consider the logistics. If you were a god and truly wanted to make a point, what would you do? Whisper sternly in someone's ear? Leave a strongly worded letter? Not likely. You'd probably opt for something more theatrical. Turn a man into a stag and let his own dogs tear him apart. Curse a family line for generations. Invent a snake-haired monster whose gaze turns people to stone. Classic divine overreaction. In this way, punishment became a kind of performance art, a spectacle of excess. Not just pain, but irony. The punishment always fit the crime, but in the most dramatic, often eternal way imaginable. A man cheats death? Let him push a rock uphill forever? A woman boasts of her weaving? Let her weave webs forevermore as a spider. A king refuses to worship Dionysus? Let him be torn to shreds by his own mother in a trance. In myth, punishment is not corrective. It doesn't teach the character anything, because the character rarely gets to speak again. But it does teach the audience. It's a sort of divine billboard. Don't do this. And by this, they usually meant, don't anger the gods, don't step out of line, and, perhaps most of all, don't become interesting enough to notice. Now, you may be wondering, where is justice in all this? That's a fair question. The ancient Greeks didn't have a linear idea of good and evil, at least not in the modern sense. They had fate, Moira. And fate didn't care about fairness. A person might be doomed from birth, like Oedipus, destined to kill his father and marry his mother, despite his best efforts to avoid it. Or like the House of Atreus, where everyone seemed cursed simply for being related to a man who once served his son at a dinner party. Long story. We'll get to it. The gods weren't always the source of these punishments. Sometimes fate moved even above them. Even Zeus, mighty and bearded, was occasionally at the mercy of fate's slow and dreadful wheel. But when the gods did punish, they often did it not because they had to, but because they could. And so, a certain quiet truth emerges from these stories. In Greek myth, punishment is rarely about moral balance. It's about narrative weight, about reminding us how small we are, and how easy it is to become a cautionary tale. Lest you think this is all just bedtime nonsense, let's gently step into the real world for a moment. The ancient Greeks built temples, dedicated hymns, and poured libations to keep the gods appeased. Not because they loved them, necessarily, but because they feared them. The gods were temperamental landlords in the skies, and you did not want to be the tenant who made too much noise. And yet, these same Greeks were philosophers, poets, and playwrights. They questioned the gods. They mocked them gently through satire and tragedy. They used myth as both reverence and rebellion. Euripides, for instance, filled his plays with divine cruelty, not to worship it, but to highlight its absurdity. Punishment, then, wasn't just a divine decree. It became a conversation about power, about pride, about the fragile line between order and chaos. And as we drift through these myths together, Prometheus and Sisyphus, Niobe and Arachne, we begin to see how the Greeks used their stories not to lull themselves with happy endings, but to stare into the truth of being mortal. That truth being, we are small, we are temporary, and we must tread lightly, especially if there's a goddess nearby with a grudge. Oddly enough, all this talk of divine torment can feel rather comforting. Why? Because in Greek myth, every misstep has meaning. Every error is noticed. Every slight, real or imagined, is answered. In a chaotic world, there is something soothing in the idea that the universe cares enough to punish. That even if you're punished unfairly, it's still part of the story. A story bigger than you. A story the gods are watching. Of course, whether that punishment is eternal torment or an awkward transformation into a bush, well, that's up to the gods. And they do have a flair for the dramatic. And so, dear listener, we prepare to descend into the quieter shadows of myth. Over the next few chapters, we'll wander gently through the underworlds of punishment, some brutal, some ironic, some unexpectedly beautiful. We'll meet a titan who gave us fire and lost his freedom, a clever king cursed with futility, a mother whose pride became her statue, and a hunter whose last mistake was glancing the wrong direction at the wrong goddess. All of them, in their own way, punished not for wickedness, but for being a little too bold. So, take a breath, let the world fall away, and remember, in Greek mythology, justice doesn't come softly, but sleep does. And that, at least, the gods can't take away from you. Prometheus had a gift for seeing what others could not. A titan by birth, but far from brutish or monstrous. He was clever, thoughtful, dangerous in the way that wisdom often is. And, as it turned out, just irritating enough to provoke the king of the gods. Now, the thing about titans is, they didn't have a great track record. Most were overthrown during the Titanomachy, the great war between the old gods and the new Olympians. Many were locked away in Tartarus, deep in the bowels of the earth, where the light of the sun was only a rumour. But Prometheus? He made a different choice. He sided with Zeus. A bold move. Perhaps a shrewd one. Or maybe he just saw that change was coming, and decided it was better to work with the future than against it. For a time, this alliance served him well. The Olympians defeated the Titans, claimed the heavens, and began to shape the world in their image. But once victory was won, Prometheus found himself with little to do. He was clever after all, far too clever to sit quietly on a cloud. So he turned his attention to a peculiar species that had recently begun wandering the earth. Mortals, upright, soft-skinned, endlessly curious. Compared to gods, they were nothing, barely more than animals with slightly improved posture. But Prometheus saw something in them. A flicker. Not of fire, not yet, but of potential. The gods weren't interested in these mortals. Zeus in particular seemed to regard them as a passing fancy, a failed project. He wanted them ignorant, dependent, obedient, which is to say boring. He even forbade them from having fire, the divine spark of knowledge, of invention, of independence. Prometheus naturally ignored him. There are many versions of how the theft happened. Some say Prometheus scaled Olympus itself, hid a flame inside a hollow fennel stalk, and slipped away unseen. Others say he lit his torch from the fiery wheel of Helios's sun chariot as it rolled across the sky. However it happened, the result was the same. Fire came to man. It's easy to forget, in our world of electric stoves and glowing screens, just what a revolution this was. Fire meant warmth. It meant cooking, forging, protection. It meant light after sunset, and the first real shift in humanity's position in the natural order. Before fire, we were prey. With fire we could shape the world. Prometheus gave us that, and for that he would pay. Zeus was many things. Powerful, regal, occasionally charming, but he was not especially forgiving. To him, this was not merely theft, it was defiance. And it made him look weak, which in the celestial pecking order is an unpardonable sin. But Zeus did not rush into punishment. No, he took his time, plotted, designed something that would sting more than mere death. First, he decided to strike humanity itself. After all, if Prometheus loved mortals so much, what better way to hurt him than to curse his precious creatures? He summoned Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, and instructed him to fashion a woman, Pandora, beautiful, charming, and dangerously curious. The gods gifted her with all manner of traits: grace, elegance, musical voice, delicate hands, and the curiosity of 1,000 cats. And they gave her a box, or more accurately, a jar, filled with every sorrow and misery imaginable. She opened it, of course, that was her nature, and from that vessel spilled disease, famine, despair, jealousy, aging, betrayal, every misfortune we now know. By the time she managed to slam the lid shut, only one thing remained inside: hope. Some say that was a kindness. Others think it a cruel joke. The gods, after all, had a flair for poetic ambiguity. With humanity now suitably cursed, Zeus turned to Prometheus. He had the Titan seized by force, chained to the bleak, craggy cliffs of the Caucasus Mountains, a landscape chosen not only for its remoteness, but for its utter indifference. Cold wind, endless rock, no shelter, no witness. Prometheus was shackled with divine chains, unbreakable and biting cold. And then, each day, an eagle descended, Zeus's own sacred bird, and tore into the Titan's side to feast upon his liver. Not once, not symbolically, but again and again and again, every single day. At night, the liver regenerated. By dawn, the eagle returned. This was the punishment. Not death, but permanence. Not pain alone, but the knowledge that it would never end. In ancient Greek thought, the liver was more than just an organ. It was believed to be the seat of human emotion, the wellspring of vitality. To have it devoured daily was not just physical torment, but emotional obliteration. A kind of living unmaking, happening in cycles as regular as the sun. And why the eagle? Well, the symbolism writes itself. The king of the sky, Zeus's emblem, feeding on the rebellious Titan. Every feather a reminder that you do not challenge the divine order without consequence. But here's the thing. Prometheus never recanted. He never begged. He never apologized. He endured. In some versions, he even taunts the eagle, perhaps to pass the time, perhaps to remind himself that even in agony, he could still think, still reason, still outwit. He became not just a victim, but a symbol of resistance, of sacrifice, of the cost of giving others the tools to rise. It's worth noting that this punishment, though epic in its cruelty, was not without historical parallels. The Greeks admired cleverness, but only within bounds. Tricksters were amusing, so long as they didn't threaten the god's authority. Prometheus crossed that line, and he suffered accordingly. Yet over time, the culture began to reframe his suffering, not as folly, but as noble rebellion. By the classical period, Prometheus was being reimagined in plays and poems. Aeschylus's Prometheus Bound portrayed him as a tragic hero, a lone voice of compassion standing against divine tyranny. Even in agony, he spoke of hope for the future. His words were defiant, not broken. Centuries later, this image only grew. The Romantics adored him. Mary Shelley famously subtitled Frankenstein as the modern Prometheus. Poets like Byron and Goethe saw in him the ideal rebel, intelligent, principled, and unyielding. In a world of kings and empires, Prometheus became an icon for the thinker, the artist, the scientist, anyone who dared to reach beyond what tradition allowed. But even myths must eventually move forward. And so we come to the end, or at least the interruption, of Prometheus's punishment. After many years, a new figure arrived on the scene, Heracles, mortal-born but mighty, son of Zeus, ironically enough. As part of his famous 12 labours, Heracles was passing through the region when he came upon the suffering Titan. He saw the eagle. He saw the chains. And he acted. With a single arrow, well aimed and probably quite satisfying, he struck the bird from the sky. The eagle plummeted. Prometheus, for the first time in ages, breathed without agony. Heracles then shattered the chains and freed the Titan. Now normally, this would provoke Zeus's fury, but not this time. Either he had grown bored of the whole affair, or he saw an opportunity to fold this act into Heracles' divine destiny. Some say Zeus had made peace with Prometheus. Others suspect he simply didn't want to reward disobedience by reacting too strongly. Kings have their pride, after all. Regardless, Prometheus was free, but freedom came at a cost. In some versions, he had to wear a ring forged from his old chains, with a sliver of the mountain stone embedded in it. A symbolic reminder that even freedom has its scars. It was also a clever way for the Greeks to explain the origin of finger rings. Yes, even jewellery has its mythological backstory. And so, the Titan who gave us fire was at last released. But the story doesn't end there. Prometheus continued to appear in later myths, often as a prophet or wise advisor. He had glimpsed the future after all. He knew things even the gods didn't. He had warned Zeus once, long ago, about a child born to Thetis who would surpass his father in greatness. That warning had led Zeus to marry her off to a mortal, which eventually gave us Achilles. But that's another tale. What remains, through all the centuries, is the legacy. Prometheus is more than a character. He is an idea. The idea that knowledge matters, that sacrifice can be noble, that sometimes doing the right thing means suffering for it. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world has gone still, there's a certain comfort in that. That one figure, bound, bleeding and burning with resolve, held fast in the name of compassion. That a spark, once given, can never be taken back. As you drift now, perhaps you imagine that spark, glowing gently, flickering not in firewood or torchlight, but in the minds of dreamers, carried from age to age, whispered in myth and story. The eagle is gone, the chains are broken, the mountain sleeps, and Prometheus, well, he's still thinking, let that be enough for tonight. Sisyphus was the sort of man who could talk his way out of anything, and that, in the end, was exactly the problem. He was not a hero in the classical sense. He wasn't blessed with divine strength or chosen by the gods for greatness. His name didn't inspire bards to reach for their lyres or for warriors to raise a toast. Sisyphus was, above all else, clever. And in ancient Greece, cleverness, too much of it, could be dangerous. He ruled the city of Corinth, or Ephyra, as it was called in those days. A prosperous port set between mountains and sea, the kind of place where trade flowed and tongues wagged. Under Sisyphus, it became wealthy, lively, and ever so slightly corrupt. He taxed the travellers, tricked his guests, and filled his treasury with coins wrung from diplomatic loopholes and creative accounting. He was, as you may imagine, not especially popular among the gods. Zeus, in particular, found him insufferable. There was the time Sisyphus revealed one of Zeus's rather scandalous affairs. Not out of moral outrage, mind you, but to curry favour with a river god. Another time, he invited travellers to his city with promises of hospitality, only to murder them and steal their belongings. It wasn't very sporting, but none of this was quite enough to earn eternal torment. Not yet. What sealed Sisyphus's fate was something far more ambitious. He tricked Death. Now, Death in Greek mythology isn't a grim reaper with a cloak and a scythe. He's Thanatos, silent, solemn, and rather businesslike. He arrives when it's your time, and he does his job with minimal fuss. But when Thanatos arrived to collect Sisyphus, he found a man ready for him. Sisyphus had prepared a set of chains. He welcomed Death, offered him wine, engaged him in polite conversation, and then, when the moment was right, bound Thanatos in his own shackles. And so, for a time, no one could die. It was a small miracle at first. Soldiers survived their wounds. The sick began to recover. Sacrifices wouldn't die on altars. A rather awkward problem for priests. Even old age itself seemed to pause. But soon the miracle wore thin. Those who should have passed were left in pain. Battles turned into endless brawls. The earth groaned under the weight of the undying. People who longed for peace were denied it, and the gods were furious. Eventually, Ares, god of war, and very much inconvenienced by this pause in battlefield casualties, stormed into Corinth, tore open the dungeon, and freed Thanatos. Death resumed his duties. The balance of the world was restored, and Sisyphus? He was seized at last and carried down to the underworld. But if you think that was the end of it, well, you've not yet understood Sisyphus. Before he died, he gave his wife an unusual instruction. "When I'm gone," he said, "do not bury me, do not honour me, leave me unwashed, unrobed, and coinless." A curious request, one might think, but very intentional. You see, in Greek belief, the soul could not properly enter the underworld without the rites. The coin beneath the tongue was for Charon, the ferryman, who rowed the dead across the river Styx. Without it, a soul would be stranded at the river's edge, like a traveller at a locked gate. Sisyphus used this loophole to his advantage. When he arrived in the underworld, he protested. "My wife has dishonoured me," he cried. "She has refused my burial, denied me my rights. Let me return to the land of the living for just a few days to correct this offence. I promise to come back." Persephone, queen of the underworld, was moved. Or perhaps she was merely tired of the noise. She allowed him to return, and return he did. Not for a day, not for a week, but indefinitely. He resumed his rule, walked the streets, held court, laughed, drank, and smiled smugly at the skies. He had outwitted Death twice, but of course the gods do not forget. Hermes, swift and sharp, was sent to retrieve him. No tricks this time, no excuses. Sisyphus was dragged down once more, this time for good. And then the sentence was passed. Now you might expect a thunderbolt, a lake of fire, perhaps a monstrous serpent. But no, the punishment was a stone, a simple boulder. Massive, smooth, and impossibly heavy. Sisyphus was placed at the base of a great hill. He was to roll the boulder to the top. Nothing more. No whips, no chains. Just the stone and the slope. So he pushed, muscles straining, feet slipping. Hours passed, then days, then years. With each push, he drew closer to the peak. But every time, the boulder would slip from his grasp. Just before the summit, it would roll back down, thundering into the dust. And Sisyphus would begin again. There is no rest, no end, No applause, only effort, futility, repetition. This is what the gods devised for a man too clever to die. And it worked, beautifully. There's something devastating about a task with no meaning, no goal, no finish line. Other torments offer at least the possibility of resolution. This one does not. You may wonder, why such a punishment? Why not pain? Or fire? Or something loud and dramatic? Because the Greeks understood something quietly terrifying. The worst suffering is not violence, but meaninglessness. To struggle without purpose. To strive and never achieve. That is the real torment. And for a man like Sisyphus, who had always found a way out, there would be none this time. Yet, centuries later, something curious happened. In the 20th century, the French philosopher Albert Camus reimagined Sisyphus. In his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus called him the absurd hero, a man who rebels not with weapons, but with persistence. He imagined Sisyphus at the moment the boulder rolled back, as he turned to descend the hill, not with despair, but with awareness. Camus argued that by knowing the futility and pushing anyway, Sisyphus became free. The struggle itself, Camus wrote, toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. It's a radical idea. That joy could exist within endless labour. That purpose could emerge from the choice to keep going. Perhaps Camus was right, or perhaps he was just being poetic. But it's comforting to think that even in myth, where punishment often defines a person, there is still room for dignity. Of course, the ancient Greeks likely didn't intend such optimism. To them, Sisyphus was a cautionary tale, a man whose pride defied divine law, who refused to accept his mortality, and who paid the price. But the beauty of myth is that it survives reinterpretation. It stretches, it adapts. And so Sisyphus rolls on, not just in Hades, but in art, in thought, and in quiet human struggles everywhere. We are, in small ways, all Sisyphus. We rise each day, we face our tasks, we carry our weights, we slip, fall, and start again. And in the gentle hours of the night, when the world fades to stillness, that eternal hill doesn't feel so far away. Imagine it now, the quiet crunch of gravel underfoot, the early light of dawn brushing the slope, the boulder waiting, not menacing, but familiar. Sisyphus wipes his brow, sets his hands, breathes, and begins again. Not with anger, not with fear, just the rhythm of effort, the calm in repetition, the knowledge that the gods can only punish so much, and beyond that, there is peace in persistence. Let your own thoughts settle now. Let the hill fade. Let the boulder roll softly out of view. You are not trapped in the task. You are simply resting from it. Sleep well. Tantalus was once beloved by the gods, not merely tolerated, not grudgingly invited to Olympus like some misbehaving demigod cousin, but truly welcomed. A mortal king, perhaps even the son of Zeus himself, depending on which poet you ask, and held in high regard by those who rarely held mortals in anything but contempt. He dined at their table, he drank their nectar. He was allowed into their secrets, however cautiously. And as you might expect, that went terribly. Because in Greek mythology, the surest way to ensure your own downfall is not to defy the gods, but to be too close to them, to step into their world and forget, even for a moment, that you are not one of them, that you are dust and they are eternal. Tantalus forgot, or perhaps he simply chose not to remember. He ruled over Lydia, a wealthy kingdom known for its gold and grandeur. By all accounts, he had everything a man could ask for: power, influence, divine favour. And yet it wasn't enough. It rarely is in stories like this. Satisfaction is not a virtue in myth. Longing is. and Tantalus, for all his blessings, longed for more. Some say he began stealing food from Olympus, not because he needed it, but because he could. Ambrosia and nectar, the divine sustenance that kept the gods immortal, spirited away and handed to mortals as party favours. An act that might be considered generous, if it weren't also the equivalent of watering down the sacred wine. Others say he shared the secrets of the gods. Prophecies, divine plans, gossip perhaps. He took what was whispered in confidence and carried it down to earth, the way one might pinch a fig from a sacred grove and offer it as dessert at dinner. But worst of all, in the most infamous version of the myth, Tantalus devised a test. He wanted to see whether the gods truly were all-knowing, whether their claims to wisdom were more than ceremonial. So he invited them to a feast, and there, in a gesture so grotesque it strains belief, he served them a stew made from his own son, Pelops. It's worth pausing here, because even by the standards of Greek tragedy, this is excessive. Why? That's the eternal question. Was it arrogance? Insanity? A cynical, philosophical experiment? Perhaps Tantalus believed the gods wouldn't notice, or perhaps he hoped they would, and the horror would somehow affirm their divinity. Either way, he dismembered his own child, boiled the pieces, and placed the dish before the gods. They did notice. All of them, except Demeter, who, still grieving the abduction of her daughter Persephone, was too distracted to pay attention. She took a single bite, a shoulder, before the truth was revealed. The gods recoiled in revulsion, but they also responded with a kind of eerie precision. They reassembled the boy, restored him to life, and replaced the missing shoulder with one crafted from ivory. Pelops, as it happens, would go on to have his own mythic saga. Chariot races, curses, and children who made Greek theatre look like an episode of daytime television. But Tantalus, he would be punished, and not in the usual fashion. Zeus didn't just strike him down. He didn't chain him in Tartarus or hurl him from Olympus. No, Tantalus was given a punishment that matched his crime, not in violence, but in symbolism. He was placed in the afterlife, in a special part of Hades designed just for him, a personal hell sculpted with exquisite irony. He was made to stand in a shallow pool of water. Around him grew trees heavy with fruit, apples, figs, pomegranates. The air was warm, the branches bowed with abundance. A feast for the senses. And he was starving. Whenever he bent down to drink, the water would drain away from his lips. Whenever he reached up to pluck a fruit, the branches would sway just out of reach. An eternal cycle of hunger and denial. That, in essence, is the punishment. Not fire, not chains, but endless almost. Tantalus is not torn apart. He is not howling in pain. He is simply waiting, longing, in a state of perpetual frustration. The fruit glows golden in the light. The water laps gently at his knees. But neither will ever satisfy. It's a punishment so elegant it almost feels quiet. No blood, no screaming, just yearning and absence. That's where we get the word tantalize, of course. To torment someone with the promise of something they cannot have. You've likely felt it in your own life. The job interview that went well, but never called back. The dessert behind the glass just before payday. The endless scroll of what could be. Tantalus lives in that space, forever. The ancient Greeks had a knack for poetic justice. Their punishments were rarely random. They echoed the crime. Tantalus, who once fed the gods something unspeakable, is now surrounded by food he cannot taste. He, who played with the divine order of nourishment and sacrifice, now hungers in the shadow of plenty. His crime wasn't just murder, it was the desecration of hospitality, a sacred value in ancient Greece. Xenia, the guest-friend bond, was protected by Zeus himself. To betray your guests, or your hosts, was to violate one of the pillars of Greek culture. Tantalus had eaten at the gods' table, and then offered them horror in return. His punishment then is not just a torment, but an exile. He is no longer welcome at any table, not mortal, not divine. He stands alone in a world that offers but never gives. It's deeply mythic, yes, but also quietly human. We all live with wants we cannot reach, desires that slip just out of grasp. Tantalus's pool is not only in the underworld, it is in the heart that longs and waits and never receives. And that is perhaps why his story endures. Not just because it's strange or grotesque, but because it reflects something familiar. That quiet ache, that reaching. The Greeks knew this feeling. Their world was one of scarcity, of fate, of fragile hopes. They built temples to thank the gods, yes, but also to beg them, to plead, to offer wine and grain in exchange for rain, for safety, for justice. Tantalus was a reminder of what happens when you take without reverence, when you cross the line not just of propriety, but of sacred order. And yet, there is a softness in his sentence, a sort of terrible gentleness. No tormentor, no lash, just the whisper of water and the rustle of leaves, again and again, forever. Art and literature have returned to Tantalus again and again. Painters have shown him half submerged, reaching upward. Writers have invoked him as metaphor. Philosophers, from Plato to Nietzsche, have seen in him the embodiment of unmet desire, the tragedy of being almost divine and yet bound by mortal hungers. In some versions he cries out, in others he grows silent. Perhaps with time he no longer reaches. Perhaps he stands still, neck deep in memory, letting the wind and water swirl around him like the past. Or perhaps, and this is the cruelest possibility of all, he continues to believe that maybe next time the water will stay, that this time the fruit will not move. That hope, so famously left behind in Pandora's jar, has found a new home in him. That too is its own punishment. Let your mind now drift to that strange orchard. The light is soft, the pool is still. The trees hang heavy, swaying in the gentlest breeze. And there, in the middle, stands a man. Not screaming, not weeping, just reaching. And the fruit is always just beyond his fingertips. And the water is always just below his lips. And time does not pass. Or if it does, he cannot tell. Sleep now. You're not in that orchard. Your hungers are real, but they end. Your thirsts will be quenched. The fruit will not always sway away from you. But for now, let the image fade. And let the gods, petty, poetic, eternal, go on punishing those who reach too far. You need only close your eyes. The feast will still be there when you wake. Niobe was a queen, proud, radiant, and surrounded by children. So many children, in fact, that she sometimes lost count. Some say she had 6 sons and 6 daughters. Others say 7 and 7. A perfect symmetry. A full house. A mother's triumph. And Niobe was very proud of that. Too proud. She ruled the city of Thebes beside her husband Amphion, a man said to have built the city's walls with the music of his lyre. The two of them were a golden couple, noble, talented, blessed. But it was Niobe who drew the eye. Not just for her beauty, but for her confidence, her certainty. Her sense that she had earned, perhaps even deserved, everything she had. And this is where the trouble began. You see, pride in Greek myth is never just about being pleased with your accomplishments. It's about overstepping, forgetting one's place. And in Niobe's case, she began to forget that she was mortal. One day, as the city prepared to honour the goddess Leto, a quiet, dignified deity known mostly for giving birth to the twin gods Apollo and Artemis. Niobe looked around and asked a dangerous question. Why should the people worship Leto, who had only 2 children, when Niobe herself had many? It wasn't shouted. It wasn't carved into stone. It was, as these things often are, a moment of misplaced confidence. A queen surrounded by daughters and sons, looking at the temple preparations and thinking, surely I am more deserving of reverence than she. There's a word for this, of course. Hubris. Mortal arrogance. The crime of thinking yourself equal to a god. Or worse, superior. And in Greek mythology, hubris never goes unanswered. Leto heard the insult. Not directly, perhaps. Gods rarely eavesdrop in person. But words have a way of reaching Olympus. And though Leto was known for her grace, her response came through her children. She didn't send a plague. She didn't shake the earth. She simply sent her son and daughter. Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light. And Artemis, goddess of the hunt, of wild animals and young women. Divine twins. Born of the same mother that Niobe had mocked. They descended quietly, and one by one they killed Niobe's children. Some say Apollo took the sons, and Artemis the daughters. Others say Artemis spared 1 daughter, or 2, depending on the version, while Apollo left 1 son alive to carry the memory. The stories shift as myths often do, but the essence remains. Niobe, the mother of many, became the mother of none. There was no battle, no defence. The children fell in the fields, in the palace by the altar. They died not because they had sinned, but because they had been born to a mother who spoke too freely. Niobe fled. She ran to Mount Sipylus, her childhood home, weeping and hollow with grief. And there she begged the gods, not for mercy, not for vengeance, but for release, for the end of suffering. And the gods answered. They turned her to stone. She became a part of the mountain, her form frozen in rock, her face tilted downward. Her eyes, it said, continued to weep. A slow, eternal spring that trickled from the cliffside like tears that time could not dry. Even in her silence, Niobe mourned. There are many kinds of punishment in myth. Some are loud, filled with screaming and fire and spectacle. Others, like Niobe's, are quiet, still, eternal. She wasn't torn apart or cast into Tartarus. She wasn't made to suffer grotesque physical torment. She was simply left with the memory, frozen, alone, weeping. And this, in many ways, is a more intimate kind of punishment. One that doesn't rely on chains or monsters, but on grief. A mother who once counted her children as trophies is now left to count only their absence. The myth serves, of course, as a warning. Don't boast, don't compare. Don't place yourself above the gods, especially in matters as sacred as birth and motherhood. Leto had only 2 children, but those 2 were divine. Niobe had many, but they were mortal. And in the cosmic scales of Olympus, quality outweighs quantity. Or so the gods would have us believe. But there's something else too. Something deeper. Niobe's story isn't just about punishment. It's about the fragility of joy. The swiftness with which life can turn from fullness to emptiness. The way pride and love are often tangled together, indistinguishable until it's too late. She loved her children. That's rarely questioned. Her crime wasn't hatred or neglect. It was pride. She loved them too much. Or perhaps, more precisely, she loved what they said about her. And who among us hasn't done the same? Placed our self-worth in our accomplishments, our family, our reputation? Niobe is tragic, not because she was monstrous, but because she was recognisably human. Her transformation into stone also reflects an ancient idea. That overwhelming grief turns people into something less alive. That morning, carried too long, hardens, turns inward, becomes landscape. The Greeks understood this. They made their myths not just to frighten or entertain, but to explain. A rocky cliff that seemed to resemble a woman's face? That was Niobe. That was sorrow made permanent. That was what became of a queen who boasted too loudly. In some parts of Turkey, on Mount Sipylus, there is a rock formation that locals for centuries have called the Weeping Rock. Water drips from it, slow and steady, and though geologists will tell you it's groundwater seeping through limestone, the myth remains. Even today, travellers visit the mountain and say, "There, that is Niobe." Not a name carved in marble, not a poem, a rock, weeping. Niobe appears in later literature too, a symbol of maternal grief, of arrogance punished, but also of sorrow immortalised. In Dante's Inferno, she is mentioned among the weeping souls. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, the prince compares his mother's remarriage to Niobe's tears, suggesting, perhaps unfairly, that her mourning was only performative. But Niobe herself never speaks again. That is part of her punishment, and perhaps her absolution. She who once spoke too boldly now says nothing. Only the water speaks for her. There is a quiet power in that, a reminder that some wounds never find words. And perhaps, just perhaps, the gods in their own cold way showed her mercy. She was not erased, not hurled into oblivion. She was given a form that could endure. She was allowed to mourn. Pride turned to stone, love turned to legend. Let your thoughts drift, if you wish, to that mountainside. The wind is soft. The rock is warm beneath the sun. And from a crevice the water trickles, not loudly but steadily. The tears of a mother who once had everything, and now has only this. There are no gods in sight, no thunderbolts, just silence and time. Niobe is still there, or the idea of her is, unmoving, unforgetting. And as you lie still, perhaps you feel a little of her stillness. Not her sorrow, that is hers alone, but the peace that comes after, the hush. For the Greeks, grief was a sacred thing. It had rituals, garments, timelines. To mourn was to honour. But to mourn forever, that was dangerous. That could twist the soul. So the story of Niobe stands as both warning and elegy. Don't boast, but also don't forget. She reminds us that children are not possessions, that life is fragile, that even love can invite ruin when pride walks too closely beside it. And so she weeps, not in rage, not in drama, but in that slow geological way that only myths and mountains understand. Sleep now, if you will. You are not stone. You are soft and warm and living. And Niobe will keep watch. She has been doing it for a very, very long time. Actaeon was a hunter, not a king, not a demigod, not a schemer or philosopher. Just a man with a bow, a pack of hounds, and a love for the wilderness. He was the kind of person who found silence more agreeable than song, whose temples were the forests, and whose prayers were arrows loosed into the wind. In other words, the sort of man who kept mostly to himself, and might have lived a long and peaceful life, if not for one unlucky moment. The story begins in the high hills of Boeotia, in central Greece, where sunlight filters through thick canopies, and the air carries the scent of pine and moss. There, Actaeon hunted. He knew the paths, the watering holes, the secret places where deer tread softly. His dogs, 50 in some versions, more in others, moved with him as if part of his own limbs. Theirs was a quiet, sacred bond. But even in those wooded hills, a man is never far from a god, and in Actaeon's case, he was far too close. One afternoon, As the sun hung low and the air turned gold, Actaeon wandered from his companions. Perhaps he followed the scent of game. Perhaps he was simply thirsty. Perhaps, as some versions of the myth suggest, he was led by fate. What he found, deep in a hidden glade, was a pool. Not a muddy animal trough or a trickling stream, but a sacred spring. The kind that sings gently as it spills from the rocks, its surface still and glassy. And there, within that secluded water, bathed a goddess, Artemis, the virgin goddess of the hunt, of wild creatures, of the moon. She who ran faster than deer and struck more surely than mortal hands could imagine. She who loved her solitude, her sisterhood of nymphs, her untouched freedom. She was not dressed for the court. She was not cloaked in thunder or fire. She was simply bathing, bare and unguarded, in the place she believed was hers alone. And then she saw him. Actaeon stood frozen. One step too far, one breath too loud. He had not spoken. He had not meant to spy. But his eyes had opened, and that was enough. Because in Greek myth, there are few sins more dangerous than seeing something the gods did not intend you to see, especially her. The scene freezes here in many retellings, a long, suspended breath. The startled goddess, her arm half raised in reflex. The young hunter, caught not in lust or conquest, but in raw, paralysing astonishment. Not desire, just shock. A moment neither of them chose. But the gods are not known for nuance. Artemis reacted in a flash. She reached for the nearest thing, water, and flung it in his direction. The spell was spoken, or perhaps not spoken at all. With the splash of that sacred spring, Actaeon began to change. His limbs bent, his spine twisted. His hands, which once knocked arrows and brushed fur, grew narrow, cloven and wild. His face elongated. His tongue thickened. His eyes widened. He was no longer a man. He was a stag. A great, strong, terrified deer, trembling in the grass. Antlers heavy on his head. Mind still human, but body ruled by instinct and fear. And somewhere in the distance, his dogs caught his scent. What happened next is difficult to linger on, but we must, gently. His hounds came bounding. The pack he had raised from pups, taught to track, to kill, to obey. They knew his voice better than thunder. But now they did not know him. They saw only the stag. And they did what they had been trained to do. They gave chase. Actaeon ran. The forest, once his home, blurred past him in panic. His hooves slipped on moss. Branches scraped his sides. The scent of his own fear filled the air. The dogs followed, snarling and hungry with purpose. No commands came to stop them, only the echo of what once was. And then, when he could run no more, they tore him apart. The hunter, undone by his own hounds. The man who knew the woods better than anyone, now buried in them, not by ceremony, but by silence. There are no songs about his bravery, no temple raised in his name. He is remembered, if he is remembered at all, as a cautionary tale. Do not look upon what is forbidden. Do not see what is sacred. But what exactly was his crime? In some tellings it was purely accidental. A misstep? A wrong turn? The tragedy of bad timing. In others the story is less gentle. Actaeon is said to have bragged, to have boasted that he was a better hunter than Artemis herself. Or in some darker versions, that he had sought her on purpose, that his eyes were not innocent, but full of conquest. The myth is flexible. It adapts to the time, to the teller, to the needs of the audience. But the punishment remains the same. And perhaps that is the point. Because Artemis, for all her grace and purity, is not merciful. She is fierce. She protects her boundaries. She defends her mysteries. She is not a goddess to be explained. She is a force to be accepted. And when her privacy is broken, when her divine space is pierced, no matter how accidentally, she does not forgive. The transformation into a stag is no coincidence. Artemis is the goddess of the wild. To turn a man into prey is not just revenge, it's symbolism. It flips the order of the world. The hunter becomes the hunted. The master becomes the beast. The loyal hounds, once his pride, become the teeth of justice. There's something terrifying in that symmetry, something mythically precise. But there's also something very human in Actaeon's fate. How many times in history, in literature, in our own lives, has someone seen something they weren't meant to? Learned a truth too early? Witnessed a secret, a sorrow, a private pain, and been punished for knowing? Actaeon's sin is visibility, and his punishment is erasure. He is silenced, removed. His memory exists not as a hero, but as a warning, a whisper. Don't go too far into the woods. Don't look too long. Don't follow the sound of water. And yet, we do. Humans always have. We are drawn to mystery, to beauty, to the edges of what we understand. That's the tragedy of Actaeon. He did what so many do, walked a little too far, looked a little too long, asked a question with his eyes, and found no answer, only punishment. And Artemis? She remains untouched. She slips back into the glade. The water stills, the leaves grow quiet, and the myth rolls forward. Some say that after his death, the gods took pity on Actaeon, that his soul was welcomed gently into the afterlife, that he was restored in some other form, somewhere else. Others say nothing, just a story, just a name, just a man who became a deer, and then a memory. Let your thoughts settle now in that forest. The air is cool, the light filters softly through the trees. A stream trickles nearby, its water clear and cold. You walk carefully, respectfully. The dogs are gone, the hunt has ended. There is only peace here now. And if you look, not too long, not too close, you might see the shadow of antlers in the trees, the flicker of a shape that once was human, a whisper of a man who saw and ran and fell. The gods are not watching, not tonight, but the woods are. Let them keep you safe. Let sleep come like mist among the trees. Let the story end in silence. Arachne was born without a drop of divine blood. No noble lineage, no famous father, or magical prophecy. She was just a girl from Lydia, a small region in Asia Minor, known more for its wool than its warriors. Her parents were humble. Her mother wove cloth for the markets. Her father dyed the thread, soaking the fibres in purple drawn from rare sea snails. They were not wealthy, but their household was quiet, industrious, and content. And into that quiet life, Arachne brought beauty. From a young age, her hands worked the loom with a skill that felt more than human. Her fingers danced through the warp and weft, coaxing silk and wool into patterns so fine, so impossibly delicate, that even the older women at the market paused to watch. Her tapestries shimmered like water, breathed like clouds. Birds stitched in thread seemed ready to fly. Leaves wove themselves into breezes. Horses galloped across linen fields. People began to talk. Some said she must have been taught by the goddess Athena herself, the patroness of wisdom, of crafts, of weaving. Who else could explain such talent? But Arachne, perhaps still young, or perhaps already growing tired of the whispers, said no. She had learned from no one. Her skill was her own. Hard-won. Practiced. Perfected. And then she said something she should not have said. She claimed she was better than Athena. Not just gifted, not equal, better. In Greek mythology, this is where the quiet part of the story ends. Because no matter how skilled or beloved a mortal is, comparing oneself to a god, or worse, outshining them, is the spark that lights the fuse. The word for this, once again, is hubris. It is not always wickedness that invites divine wrath. Sometimes it's simply the act of forgetting that you are small, that your place in the cosmos is below. Not level, not above, just below. And so, as stories go, the goddess heard her name spoken. Athena, daughter of Zeus, grey-eyed and ever watchful, listened as this mortal girl declared herself the superior weaver. And, to no one's surprise, she came down to earth to see for herself. But gods don't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes they come in disguise. Athena took the form of an old woman, hunched, wrinkled, with eyes like polished stone. She visited Arachne's workshop and offered a warning. A chance, really. She told her, be humble. Thank the gods for your gift. Apologise, turn back. But Arachne, flushed with youth or blinded by pride, perhaps both, refused. She said plainly that she stood by her claim, that she would welcome a contest, that if the goddess of weaving thought herself so superior, she should prove it. And Athena, no longer amused, revealed herself. Her disguise fell like a shawl. She stood tall, glowing in her divinity, her grey eyes blazing not with rage, but with something colder. Resolve. The contest began. 2 looms, 2 sets of threads, 2 women, 1 mortal, 1 divine, side by side in silence. The challenge wasn't just about skill, it was about artistry, vision. Who could best tell a story through fabric and thread? Athena wove first. Her tapestry was filled with order and glory. In rich, regal tones, she depicted the triumphs of the gods, scenes of Olympus at peace, of mortals paying homage, of divine justice reigning over the world. At each corner, she wove cautionary tales. Mortals punished for pride, for disrespect, for thinking themselves too clever. It was essentially a threat, stitched in gold. Arachne wove next, and her tapestry was flawless. She chose a different story. She showed the gods not as just or kind, but as flawed, as cruel, as selfish. She wove scene after scene of divine misconduct. Zeus seducing mortal women in the guise of swans and bulls. Poseidon chasing nymphs. Apollo abandoning lovers. She did not lie. These were tales known and whispered, painted on vases and sung in secret. But she told them with such precision, such beauty, that her work glowed. Even Athena, it said, could find no fault in the craftsmanship. And yet, the message was clear. Arachne had done more than compete. She had accused. The room was silent. The goddess stood. The mortal girl held her breath. And then Athena tore the tapestry to pieces. She did not strike Arachne. She didn't need to. Her fingers tore through the cloth like wind through silk. The threads unravelled, the scenes dissolved. And Arachne, humiliated and overwhelmed, did what mortals often do when they learn the gods can destroy what they love most. She fled, she wept, and then, in some versions, she hanged herself. The myth doesn't pause to consider how young she was, or how cruel it is to give someone talent and then punish them for using it truthfully. But Athena, perhaps feeling the weight of her own fury, chose not to let Arachne die. She touched the girl's body and changed it. Her limbs shrank. Her skin darkened. Her fingers multiplied and thinned. Her eyes grew. Her body rounded. Arachne became the first spider, and she would weave forever. No longer on a loom, but in corners, in rafters, in shadows. Her tapestries, now made of silk, no longer told stories, not ones we can read, but they glistened in dew, shimmered in moonlight. They captured not fame or reverence, but flies. Her punishment was not pain, it was transformation. Athena did not kill her. She gave her eternity, but not as a girl, not as a rival, as a creature beneath notice, spinning quietly in the corners of the world, and there she remains. It's easy, perhaps, to miss the cruelty in this myth. Arachne is not burned, not banished, not torn apart, but she is reduced. She is made less than she was, and made eternal. It is the punishment of visibility turned to invisibility. A girl once praised across cities is now something you flick away or trap in a glass. And yet, she spins. Despite everything, the spider still weaves. Even today, their webs, intricate, patient, purposeful, remain a testament to a girl who once dared to speak truth through thread. The myth of Arachne raises questions that never quite settle. Was she wrong to boast? Was she foolish to speak the truth through her craft? Should she have lied? Would that have saved her? Or was this always her fate? To create something perfect, and be punished not for the work, but for who she was? In Greek mythology, talent is often a double-edged gift. Mortals are praised for their gifts, then punished for enjoying them too much. Daedalus built wings and lost his son. Orpheus sang too beautifully and turned to look. Arachne wove too well, and told the wrong stories. Perhaps the real crime wasn't that she challenged the gods, but that she revealed them. Athena is often described as a wise goddess, thoughtful, measured. But wisdom, when wounded, can be sharp. She didn't just win the contest. She ensured that Arachne would never be able to create again as a human. Only as a whisper, a thread. And yet, spiders continue. Patient, silent, meticulous. They spin in barns and caves and windowsills, their silk stronger than steel, invisible until it glints. They are not celebrated, but they endure. And in that quiet perseverance, perhaps Arachne has found a kind of peace. Let your mind drift now to a small, dark corner of a quiet house. A web stretches across a beam, delicate, intricate, unnoticed by most. And in its centre, a tiny creature waits, not in fear, not in anger, just in stillness. She no longer boasts, she no longer weeps, she simply spins. And in the hush of night, when the world is asleep, and the gods have turned their eyes elsewhere, the spider remembers who she was. Not with regret, but with the calm of someone who told the truth once, and never had to speak again. Let that silence hold you now. The loom is gone, but the thread continues. Sleep, as Arachne spins. Pentheus was a rational man, a king, young, sharp, and confident. Perhaps a little too confident. He ruled over Thebes, the ancient city famed for drama, for tragedy, and for never quite getting a quiet day. Pentheus had inherited the throne from his grandfather Cadmus, and unlike the old king, he had little time for gods, omens, or mystery. Where others saw signs, Pentheus saw disorder. Where others whispered of divinity, he spoke of discipline. And of all the gods, there was one he found especially distasteful, Dionysus, the god of wine, of revelry, of madness, the bringer of ecstasy and confusion. A god who danced where others marched, who laughed where others lectured. To Pentheus, Dionysus was the embodiment of everything a kingdom should avoid. Wildness, emotion, chaos, the unbuttoning of the human mind. He did not fear this god, he despised him. And when word reached Thebes that Dionysus had returned, spreading his cult across the countryside, Pentheus was not impressed. The stories were already swirling. Women leaving their homes, abandoning their looms and cradles, running off into the mountains. Dancing, singing, tearing animals apart with their bare hands. The Bacchae, they were called, female followers of Dionysus, caught in holy madness. To Pentheus, it sounded like hysteria, disorder masquerading as religion. And so he did what kings often do when faced with something they don't understand. He cracked down. He ordered the Bacchic rites banned, the vineyards uprooted, the drums silenced. He sent soldiers into the hills to arrest the women and bring them back in chains. He was going to restore order, reason to Thebes. And then a stranger arrived, handsome, calm, with eyes that glinted like dark wine. He wore no armour, he carried no weapon, but when he spoke, people listened. He claimed to be a follower of Dionysus, and more than that, a living testament to the god's power. He didn't shout, he didn't threaten. He simply said that the god had returned, and that those who rejected him would suffer. Pentheus, of course, had him arrested. The stranger went peacefully. The guards dragged him to the palace and threw him into the dungeon. Pentheus came down to see him, to question him, to mock him. And there, in the dark of the prison, the stranger warned him. Dionysus does not like to be ignored. But Pentheus... Oh, Pentheus laughed. He mocked the stranger's long hair, his soft hands, his feminine robes. He called him weak, deluded. He threatened to torture him, to cut off his hair, to show him what power really looked like. And still, the stranger smiled. When the guards tried to shackle him, the palace trembled. The chains fell, the torches blew out. The doors swung open on their own. The stranger vanished, not with a bang, but with a sigh. And suddenly, Pentheus found himself curious. He called his advisors, asked them about the Bacchae. What did they really do out there in the woods? What rituals did they perform? What did they wear? He wanted to go, to see, but how? A king would never be allowed. The women would scatter, the rituals would stop. And then, the stranger returned. He offered a disguise, a dress, a wig, a veil. "Let me make you one of them," he said. "Let me take you to the mountain, and you can see for yourself what Dionysus does in the wild." And Pentheus, logical, practical, proud Pentheus, agreed. Why? Perhaps it was madness, or vanity, or the first sip of Dionysus's influence. Not in wine, but in curiosity. He dressed. He painted his face. He smiled into a mirror and thought for a moment that he'd looked rather fine. The stranger led him into the woods, and the trees grew darker. Up the mountain they went, deeper into the land of ivy and drums. The wind sang through the leaves. A scent of wine and earth filled the air. And then, voices, laughter, song, shrieks of joy. The Bacchae danced in a clearing, wild and radiant. They moved like creatures without weight. Their eyes glowed with something not entirely human. Pentheus stood behind a tree, peering through the leaves, watching. He didn't understand what he was seeing. The ritual was beyond words. It was not reason. It was not logic. It was surrender. These women were not out of control. They were freed. And in that moment, something in him shifted. But it was too late. The stranger whispered one final word in his ear, and left. And the Bacchae turned. They saw the intruder, this false woman, hiding behind the branches. And madness filled them. This is the heart of Dionysus's power. Not destruction, but dissolution. He does not burn you. He unravels you. The Bacchae surged forward. They tore through the trees. They seized Pentheus, still in his dress, still stunned, still reaching for a name he could no longer remember. And among them was Agave, his mother. She, too, was deep in the god's trance. She saw not her son, but a lion, a beast, a threat to the sacred grove. She led the charge. She took his head. And only later, as she carried it down the mountain in triumph, did the madness fade. She saw what she held, what she had done, and she wept. Pentheus's body was buried, quietly. There was no royal funeral, no grand speeches. Thebes fell into silence. And the stranger? He revealed himself fully at last. He was Dionysus, god not just of wine, but of transformation, of blurred lines, of the soft places where control gives way to chaos. He had warned them. He had offered grace. And now he was done. He left the city just as softly as he'd arrived. What do we make of this story? It is not a tale of evil punished. Pentheus was not a monster. He was proud, rigid, afraid of what he could not command. And that is what Dionysus punishes. Not crime, but resistance. In Greek thought, Dionysus is the god who reveals what we keep hidden. He tears away masks. Not to mock, but to liberate. To show you who you are, when no one is watching. Pentheus could not bear that, and so he became the mask. The myth is haunting because it is not wrong to seek order, but when order becomes denial, when structure becomes fear, the gods send their answers in madness. There is something modern about Dionysus, something psychological. He represents the part of us we lock away, the cry we silence, the truth we avoid. And when we ignore it too long, it finds us. In Greek tragedy, this story is told by Euripides in the Bacchae, a play where the god is both gentle and terrifying, where the chorus sings of freedom and the stage ends in blood. But Euripides, ever the ironist, does not give us easy answers. He does not say Dionysus is right. He simply says, this is what happens. You cannot suppress the soul forever. And if you try, it will rise. In many ways, this is a story about the cost of ignoring what is wild in ourselves, about what happens when we mock the parts of life that don't fit neatly into reason, about what happens when we stare too long at the mirror and forget who is staring back. Let your thoughts drift now to that mountain. The drums have faded, the women sleep, the wind moves softly through the trees, and somewhere, deeper still, the god smiles. Not in vengeance, but in understanding. He knows that sleep too is a kind of surrender. So let go. Let the city of Thebes fall silent. Let the wild pass by. And let the night carry you gently into dreams beyond the edge of reason. Tiresias was not born into greatness. His name did not inspire awe when he was young. He wasn't visited by oracles in his cradle, or singled out by gods with glowing prophecy. He was, at first, simply a child in the city of Thebes, a place that seemed to attract more than its share of disasters and destinies. Thebes was not quiet, but Tiresias was. From his earliest years, he was a watcher. Not a daydreamer exactly, just someone who saw more than he said. He listened when others talked, and noticed when others overlooked. He paid attention to little things, patterns in birdsong, the shift of wind before rain, the way someone's eyes lingered too long on silence. It's tempting to call him wise, even as a boy, but that's not quite true. He was curious, alert, sensitive to the movements of the world, and that eventually led him into the woods, and into myth. The moment that changed him forever did not arrive with music or thunder. It came in the hush of a forest clearing, in the flicker of light through high branches. Tiresias was walking alone. No company, no quest. Just step on a soft path and a mind tuned to the sounds of nature. And then he saw them, 2 snakes, twisting in the grass. Some say they were fighting, others say they were mating. Myth doesn't always distinguish between violence and intimacy, especially not when it comes to snakes. Perhaps Tiresias saw in their dance something unsettling, or perhaps he simply thought he was breaking up a quarrel. Whatever the reason, he raised his staff and struck. And the world changed. In a breath his form shifted, his balance changed, his strength moved inward. He looked down and realized he no longer recognized his own body. He had been turned into a woman. Not merely a man in disguise, not half this or half that, entirely wholly changed. as though he had always been her. And with no explanation, no divine voice, no echo from the sky, Tiresias stepped forward into a new life. What followed was not madness, it was simply life. For 7 years he lived as a woman. He worked, he moved through cities and marketplaces. He gathered water, wove cloth, perhaps even taught. Some say she married. Some say she gave birth to a child. Some say she remained alone, but curious always. What is certain is this: she remembered. She remembered what it meant to be seen, not as a prophet or a man, but as a woman, with all the unspoken expectations that came with that. She noticed how the world shaped its attention, how authority changed based on voice, how touch meant something different when offered and when taken. She noticed softness in some things, hardness in others. She learned, and she stored that knowledge. 7 years passed. Then one day, as if pulled by a thread, Tiresias returned to the woods, to that same clearing. And there again were the snakes, still entangled, or perhaps their descendants. It hardly matters in myth. What matters is the act. This time she did not strike. She let them be, or, in some versions, gently separated them. And once again, transformation. Tiresias became a man again, but not the same man. There is something quietly astonishing about a person who has lived life as both woman and man, not imagined it, not dressed as it, but been it. Fully. Who knows not just how it feels to be one, but how others behave toward you because of it. The difference between being the subject of attention and the object of it, between being listened to and being heard. That knowledge, once gathered, never leaves, and it did not leave Tiresias. He carried it like a stone in his pocket, not heavy, but always there, and it might have ended there, a private story, a mystery known only to one. But this is a Greek myth, and the gods do not leave mysteries alone for long. Some time later, how much later, no one says, the gods began to argue. Zeus and Hera, husband and wife, king and queen of Olympus, were locked in one of their usual disputes. Their marriage was not known for peace. This time the subject was pleasure. More specifically, who experienced more pleasure in love? Zeus claimed it was women, 10 times more, he said. Hera, who did not enjoy being corrected, especially by her famously unfaithful husband, insisted it was men. They bickered, they raged. And finally, someone remembered Tiresias. He had been both, he would know. And so he was summoned, not asked, summoned. The gods rarely ask anything. And there, in their presence, he was given the question. No lead-in. No context, just, who experiences more pleasure in love, man or woman? He did not flinch. He said, of 10 parts, woman enjoys 9. Zeus smiled, victorious. Hera did not. And just like that, in a flash of divine impulse, she struck Tiresias blind. There was no warning, no trial, just darkness. Tiresias stood still. There was no scream, no begging. He simply lowered his head. But Zeus, who had gotten the answer he wanted, felt a flicker of remorse. Or perhaps, in a rare moment, justice. And since the blindness could not be undone, even the gods are bound by some laws, he offered a gift instead. Prophecy. He touched Tiresias and opened his inner sight. From that day forward, the blind man could see what others could not. The future. The paths of fate. The shape of what would come. He could no longer see the colour of the sky, but he could see the ending of kings, the downfall of cities, the truth that people ran from. And so, Tiresias became a prophet. Not a loud one, not dramatic, just certain. He appears in many stories after this, often in Thebes, often saying things no one wants to hear. He tells Oedipus that he is not who he thinks he is, and is accused of madness. He tells Creon to spare Antigone, and is ignored. Again and again, Tiresias appears like a shadow, uninvited, unwavering. He speaks truth not because he wants to, but because he must. And that too is a kind of punishment. To always know, to always be right, and to watch the world choose the wrong path anyway. Prophecy in Greek myth is not power, it is sorrow. And Tiresias carries it with quiet grace. He is not bitter, not boastful. He listens more than he speaks. He walks slowly. He holds his staff gently, tapping the ground ahead of him. He smells the air. He hears everything. There is wisdom in blindness. Not romanticized, just real. The kind that comes when your eyes are no longer distracted by surfaces, and all that's left is sound and pattern and intuition. The Greeks did not pity him. They respected him. They made him the one who saw what others could not bear to see. And because of that, he is always alone. Never worshipped, never adored, just remembered. His punishment is not the blindness. It is being believed only too late. Even Odysseus, the most cunning of heroes, must descend into the underworld just to hear Tiresias' voice. Not because Tiresias demands it, but because, in the end, all roads lead to him. The blind man in the dark, still whispering truth. Let your thoughts slow now. Imagine him walking a quiet path. Thebes far behind him. The future still unwritten ahead. He touches the earth with his staff, gently. He knows where the cracks are. He knows where the stones give way. He does not rush. The world moves around him, and he walks through it like a song almost forgotten. No punishment left now. Only understanding. Let that calm settle over you. The gods are silent. The city sleeps. And Tiresias dreams. Not of what was, not of what will be, but of what is. The stillness between questions. The moment just before the truth. And you too are allowed to rest now. No riddles, no prophecy, just sleep. Greek mythology does not have saints. It has survivors. It has cautionary tales. It has mortals and gods locked in an endless waltz of power, desire, and delicate negotiation. It also has punishments. So many punishments. Doled out not always in proportion to crime, but often in proportion to disobedience. Or pride. Or merely catching the attention of someone in Olympus on the wrong day. The stories we've explored, of Prometheus, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Pentheus, Tiresias and others, are not merely fables. They are windows into how the Greeks understood their world. Their gods were not always just, but they were reflective. Divine punishment was not always about evil. More often, it was about overreach, hubris, stepping beyond one's place. Let's take a slow walk through the lessons. Start with Prometheus, the clever titan who gave humanity fire, the divine spark, knowledge, civilization. And for this, he was chained to a rock and fed upon by an eagle for eternity. Why? Because he gave humans something without permission. Because he defied Zeus. Because he acted not with cruelty, but with autonomy. He chose to help mortals, and he did it not through force, but wit. In the Greek imagination, Prometheus was not wrong, but he was bold. And boldness, to the gods, was often indistinguishable from rebellion. Punishment, then, became not just retribution, but a reminder. Knowledge has a cost. Every leap forward comes with a price. Prometheus lit the torch, but he paid in pain. Then there's Sisyphus. Trickster, escape artist, charmer. A man so clever he cheated death. More than once. But cleverness, in myth, only takes you so far. Sisyphus was condemned to roll a boulder uphill forever, only to watch it roll back down each time. His sin? Not murder, not betrayal, but defiance. He refused to die when it was his time. He outwitted the gods, laughed in their faces, tricked Hades, delayed his own funeral. And the punishment wasn't death. It was futility. a brilliant mind condemned to meaningless repetition. It wasn't about pain. It was about frustration. The Greeks, ever philosophical, understood this well. The worst fate is not agony. It's purpose denied. Effort without reward. Motion without meaning. Tantalus too suffers a punishment that mirrors his crime. He fed the gods a stew made from his own son. A test, a dare, a mockery of their all-knowing divinity. And so he was placed in a pool of water with food just out of reach, eternally hungry, eternally thirsty, but never satisfied. To tempt the gods was to be tempted forever. His punishment was not violent, it was poetic. That's the theme you'll notice again and again. Punishment in Greek myth is often symbol-made flesh. Niobe, who bragged about her many children, was left weeping over their graves. Her tears flowed so long she became stone. Actaeon, who saw Artemis bathing, was turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. He became the hunted, the inverse of his identity. Arachne, who dared to challenge Athena in a weaving contest, and won, was turned into a spider. Still weaving, always weaving, but never as a woman again. There's a certain theatrical elegance to it. The gods were many things, but they were not imaginative in mercy. They were imaginative in irony. They turned character traits into cages. And for the Greeks, this made sense, because these myths were not meant to be instruction manuals. They were meant to explain the tension between human limitation and divine expectation, between freedom and fate. They were mirrors held up to the uncomfortable truth that life is often unjust, that suffering doesn't always match sin, and that power, when eternal, does not necessarily grow kind. But, and this is important, not all punishment was vengeance. Sometimes it was transformation. Tiresias, after all, was not punished in the usual sense. He was changed, blinded, yes, but gifted with prophecy, given insight few could bear. Dionysus didn't crush Pentheus with a thunderbolt. He let him destroy himself, through curiosity, through denial, through trying to observe what should have been honoured. And some mortals who suffered did so, not because they were evil, but because they stepped into a space the gods felt was theirs alone. Take Icarus, who flew too close to the sun. His wings melted. He fell. Not because he committed a crime, but because he forgot that the sky is not ours. Greek mythology is filled with these moments, quiet reminders that the gods are not always cruel, but they are always watching, and they do not like being challenged, even when they are wrong. Nowhere is this more clearly shown than in the tale of Arachne, immortal woman, brilliant weaver, no crime beyond pride. She created a tapestry showing the gods' flaws, their mistakes, their indiscretions. And it was beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that even Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, could not deny its brilliance. But gods do not like mirrors. So Arachne was turned into a spider. Some say it was punishment. Others say it was mercy, allowing her to continue weaving forever. That's the strange thing about Greek myth. Every punishment is a question. Is it justice? Is it cruelty? Is it evolution? Let's not forget Orpheus. He descended into the underworld, not for power, not for glory, but for love. He almost succeeded in bringing Eurydice back. But at the last moment, he turned around, he looked, and she vanished. Was it punishment? Or a lesson? Don't look back. Or maybe some things cannot be undone. Or maybe trust is a fragile thread, and the gods are very still when they watch it snap. So many punishments in Greek myth are like this, less about teaching a lesson and more about preserving a story. They do not try to explain away suffering. They say instead, this happened because gods are gods, because mortals are mortals. And sometimes because someone dared to ask for more. We often think of myths as belonging to the past, as old things, dusty and brittle. But these stories continue because they reflect parts of us that never change. Pride, curiosity, boldness, fear, the desire to know more than we're supposed to, the need to love, to climb, to reach, and the consequences that come with that. In Greek culture, there was a word for this, hubris, overstepping one's mortal place, daring to claim too much. The gods didn't punish evil, they punished hubris, to be too good, too confident, too clever. The punishment for hubris was not always immediate. Sometimes it came through fate, sometimes through children or grandchildren, sometimes through the slow unravelling of everything a person had built. But it came. That was the lesson. Or perhaps the warning. And yet the Greeks did not despair. They wrote these stories not to make people cower, but to understand. Why does lightning strike? Because Zeus is angry. Why does the harvest fail? Because Demeter mourns. Why do the brave fall? Because courage does not protect against prophecy. The punishments of the gods are not tidy, but they are consistent. They remind us that life has weight, that choices echo, and that sometimes even the most beautiful effort can end in silence. And still we climb, still we ask, still we love. Because to be human in a Greek myth is not to be perfect, it is to try, even knowing the cost. And that perhaps is why these stories endure. They do not ask us to be saints, only to be aware, to know that the gods may be watching, and to act anyway. Let your thoughts settle now. The thunder is distant. The gods have retreated to Olympus. The mortals lie sleeping. Their stones, their altars, their broken oaths, quiet now. Somewhere a boulder rolls down a hill. Somewhere a prophet stirs in the dark. But you are allowed to rest. No riddles, no fate, no punishment, only breath, and the soft, unending hush of myth. Good night. Close your eyes. Imagine the world before gods had names, before temples had columns, and before priests had figured out which animals to sacrifice and on what days. There is only chaos. Not chaos in the modern sense of misplaced socks or noisy traffic, but chaos, a great yawning void, dark and formless. The Greeks began their mythology here, with nothing but a shapeless abyss. Out of it slowly came the first beings of existence. Gaia, the earth, Tartarus, the shadowy depths, Eros, the spark of desire that set things in motion, and Nyx, the night herself, draped in star-speckled darkness. Gaia, Mother Earth, did not like being alone. She stretched out her fertile soil and brought forth Uranus, the sky, so that he might cover her. And thus the two embraced, earth below and sky above, giving rise to the first generation of divine children. These were the Titans, enormous and timeless beings, embodiments of natural forces rather than the polished gods we later meet on Olympus. And so begins the age before Zeus, the age of the Titans, an age that explains why the Greeks always had a lingering suspicion of their rulers. Power, they knew, was never permanent. According to Hesiod's Theogony, there were 12 Titans at the beginning, 6 male and 6 female. They bore names both poetic and ominous. Oceanus, the endless river that encircled the world. Hyperion, the heavenly light. Themis, embodiment of justice. Mnemosyne, memory herself. And of course Cronus, who would later become central to our story. They were not exactly gods in the later sense, but personifications of cosmic principles, as if the universe itself had decided to grow limbs and faces. If you picture them, don't imagine polite, toga-wearing deities sipping wine. Think instead of towering primeval beings, more like mountains with personalities. They didn't live in palaces, but seemed woven into the fabric of existence. Oceanus, for instance, wasn't merely by the sea, he was the sea. It is almost unfair to call them a family, but that is how the Greeks framed it. Gaia, the mother, Uranus, the father, and the Titans, their many children. Of course, no myth worth remembering ever describes a happy household. Uranus, the Sky Father, turned out to be rather unpleasant. He feared his children, the Titans and their monstrous siblings, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, those dreadful 100-handers. Fearing their strength, Uranus stuffed them back into Gaia's womb, which, needless to say, was uncomfortable for everyone involved. Poor Gaia groaned beneath the weight, both physically and metaphorically, until she could bear it no longer. She sought revenge. Here enters Cronus. He was the youngest Titan, but cunning enough to do what his older siblings would not. With Gaia's encouragement, he ambushed his father. Armed with an adamantine sickle, a sharp, unyielding blade, Cronus struck Uranus and separated him from the earth. It was, shall we say, a messy business. From the blood that fell upon the earth were born the Furies, spirits of vengeance, and from the foam of the sea, according to one later myth, arose Aphrodite, goddess of love. It is rather telling that from violence came both justice and desire, two forces that would shape Greek myth forever. Cronus's act freed his siblings, but it also set in motion a cycle that would haunt the gods, the fear of children rising up against their parents. The Greeks, ever practical, understood that generational conflict is as natural as the turning of the seasons. Kings are overthrown, sons rebel, and no father sleeps entirely easy when his heirs are ambitious. With Uranus gone, Cronus took power. He ruled the cosmos with his Titan brothers and sisters, and for a time the world entered what the Greeks later called the Golden Age. Human beings, it was said, lived in peace and abundance. They did not toil in fields or suffer from disease. There was no need for laws or punishments, because everyone behaved naturally well. It was, in short, a paradise. But paradise never lasts. Cronus, for all his might, carried the weight of prophecy. Just as he had overthrown his father, one of his own children was destined to overthrow him. The Greeks loved a good prophecy, not because it offered choice, but because it suggested inevitability. No matter what a god or mortal did, fate had a way of twisting around to fulfill itself. And so Cronus, already paranoid, sought to prevent it. When his wife Rhea gave birth, Cronus did not coo over the crib or knit small divine booties. Instead, he swallowed each child whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, all vanished into his cavernous belly. To the Greeks, this was not just grotesque imagery, it was symbolic of time itself, for Cronus was often equated with Kronos, the personification of time. Just as time devours every generation, so too did Cronus consume his children. Rhea, understandably distressed, sought a way to save her youngest. She travelled to the island of Crete, where she gave birth to a baby boy. Instead of handing him over to Cronus, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it as her child. Cronus, without a moment's suspicion, not the sharpest ruler it seems, gulped down the stone and thought himself safe. Meanwhile, the real child was hidden away, nursed by the goat Amalthea, whose milk flowed like ambrosia. Around him danced the curettes, young warriors who clashed their spears and shields to drown out his cries. Thus was Zeus, born in secrecy, his destiny preserved. Why did the Greeks tell such strange stories of cannibalistic fathers and goats with divine milk? The answer lies in how myth and history blended. myth was not designed for comfort, but to explain the cycles of nature and the politics of power. The fear of succession mirrored real anxieties in the ancient world. Kings feared their sons, cities feared rivals, and even the gods, it seemed, could not escape the cycle of violence. Archaeologists studying Minoan Crete point to caves like Dicte and Ida, later worship sites associated with Zeus's birth. Offerings of bronze and terracotta figurines have been found there, suggesting people genuinely believed these caves held cosmic importance. The myth also tied into ritual. The banging of shields by the curettes echoed the noisy processions of real Greek festivals, where dancers and drummers sought to call down divine favour. The Titans, meanwhile, became symbols of a bygone era. Later Greeks saw them as ancient, almost outdated gods, replaced by the Olympians, in the same way old customs yield to new. In literature, especially in Hesiod, they represent raw power, immense, primal, but lacking refinement. The Olympians, by contrast, stood for order and civilization. Yet the memory of the Titans lingered. They were not destroyed, only imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, watched over by the 100-handers. To the Greek imagination, they were always there, rumbling in the depths, reminders that chaos never truly disappears. Some scholars believe the Titanomachy, the great war between Titans and Olympians, reflected cultural memories of older deities being displaced by new cults. As Indo-European settlers brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped myths to explain why Zeus and his siblings now ruled in place of older earth and sea powers. In this way, myth preserved a dim memory of religious change. The story of Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus has parallels in other traditions. In Mesopotamia, the god Marduk defeated the primeval chaos dragon Tiamat to establish order. In the Hittite myths of Anatolia, Kumarbi bit off the genitals of his father Anu, only to be later challenged by his own son, the storm god Teshub. The pattern is clear: a cycle of succession, each generation overthrowing the last, usually through violent means. The Greeks were not alone in imagining their universe this way. It was as if ancient peoples all understood that power never passes peacefully, even in heaven. And so, as this first chapter closes, we leave the world balanced on the edge of transformation. Cronus sits upon his throne, smugly patting his belly full of children, unaware that one infant remains at large. The Titans rule, their power vast, their reign seemingly eternal. Humanity enjoys its golden age, free from toil and grief. But change is stirring in a Cretan cave, where a baby god grows, nurtured by milk and hidden by song. Soon he will rise, and nothing will be the same again. The Greeks love to look back on this Titan age with a mixture of nostalgia and dread. Nostalgia because it was remembered as a time of abundance and innocence. Dread because it was also a time when power was raw and cruel, and even gods feared their own children. To them, it explained not just the origins of Zeus, but the very nature of life, that every order contains the seeds of its own overthrow. So, if you're drifting off to sleep, imagine the stars above as Uranus stretched across the sky, and the earth beneath you as Gaia, ever fertile, ever restless. Between them once lay the Titans, proud and mighty, waiting for the day their rule would end. And from the quiet cries of a child hidden in Crete, a new order was already being born. If the story of Zeus begins anywhere, it begins in secrecy. No golden throne, no temple walls, no proud processions of priests. Instead, picture a dark cave on the island of Crete. A baby is hidden there, his cries muffled by the clash of spears against shields. His mother has just deceived the mightiest being in the cosmos with nothing more than a rock wrapped in swaddling clothes. It seems a humble beginning for the future king of gods. But then again, the Greeks always liked irony. Rhea, wife of Cronus, had grown tired of watching her children vanish down her husband's throat. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Hades, all swallowed in the name of paranoia. Cronus feared the prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, and so he tried to prevent fate by becoming the most dreadful babysitter in history. Rhea, however, was not prepared to lose her last child. So she fled to Crete, gave birth in secret, and fooled her husband with a stone that he swallowed without hesitation. Perhaps this tells us that even mighty titans should chew their food. The child she saved was Zeus, and his upbringing would become one of the most curious tales of Greek mythology. Caves in Crete, particularly those of Dicte and Ida, were later revered as his birthplace. Archaeologists have discovered offerings, small figurines, bronze objects, ritual vessels, suggesting that for centuries people truly believed those caves sheltered the infant god. For the Greeks, mythology was not merely a story but a living landscape. When they walked through those caves, they felt they were stepping into the cradle of divinity. Zeus, of course, could not be raised like an ordinary child. His nurse was the goat Amalthea, whose milk was said to flow with a richness that rivaled ambrosia itself. Some say she was not an ordinary goat, but a divine creature shining with vitality. Her horns, according to myth, later became the cornucopia, the horn of plenty, a symbol of endless nourishment. A nice touch of symbolism, since this small goat, often overlooked in retellings, was in fact the creature that sustained the future ruler of Olympus. In a way, the abundance of the gods began with her. Around the child danced the curettes, armoured youths whose duty was both solemn and noisy. Whenever Zeus cried, they clashed their spears and shields together, raising a racket to prevent Cronus from hearing. It was a strange form of babysitting, deafening lullabies of bronze and steel, but apparently effective. Some traditions suggest that the curates were half divine themselves, guardians of the infant god, and their warlike dance became the model for later Cretan rituals. To the Greeks, ritual noise was more than sound. It was a weapon against chaos, a way to keep dark forces at bay. This hidden childhood gave Zeus the qualities that would define him: secrecy, resilience, and the sense that destiny favoured him above all others. Unlike his siblings, swallowed and imprisoned, Zeus grew free. Unlike his father, who feared his children, Zeus would one day embrace his own role as father, though perhaps too enthusiastically, given the number of offspring he produced. Even as a baby, he represented the new order waiting to be born. The Greeks often emphasized the contrast between Zeus's modest beginnings and his eventual glory. In Crete, he was just another child, dependent on milk, warmth, and protection. Yet his survival was marked by signs of divinity. Some stories claim bees fed him honey, that sacred substance considered the food of immortals. Others say nymphs cradled him, their songs weaving him into the harmony of nature itself. In these details, we see how the Greeks linked gods to the natural world. Milk, honey, caves, mountains, bees, all became part of Zeus's divine identity. Meanwhile, Cronus sat upon his throne, entirely unaware. He had swallowed the stone Rhea gave him and congratulated himself on defeating prophecy. This confidence is a reminder of how myths often poke fun at tyrants. Cronus was immensely powerful, but he was also unimaginative. He mistook a rock for a child, never questioned why his wife looked a bit too relieved, and assumed fate could be outwitted by simple digestion. The Greeks seemed to enjoy the thought that even gods could be foolish, and that arrogance was always the first step toward downfall. As Zeus grew, he began to plan. His childhood in Crete was not idle play, but preparation. He was taught the arts of leadership and war, though who exactly did the teaching varies from tale to tale. Some say the goddess Metis, embodiment of cunning thought, guided him. Others suggest the nymphs of Crete shaped his early wisdom. In every telling, however, Zeus is destined to act. He is not a passive child waiting to inherit the cosmos. He is a force in the making, already bent on justice and revenge. This idea that the youngest child can rise to overthrow the old reflected the Greek view of time and politics. Every order contained its replacement. Every father feared his son. In a society where city-states frequently clashed and rulers rose and fell, the myth offered a cosmic mirror of human experience. Zeus was not just a baby hidden in a cave. He was the symbol of change itself. The story also explained something of Greek religion. Unlike some cultures where gods are eternal and unchanging, Greek gods were born, suffered, plotted, and grew. Zeus's infancy mattered. His struggles as a child made him relatable, almost human, even as he prepared to become the most powerful of all. Worshippers who brought offerings to his caves in Crete were acknowledging not just his might, but his vulnerability, his origins in hardship and concealment. In later times, poets embellished his childhood with further details. They told of how the goat Amalthea broke one of her horns, and how Zeus, in gratitude, filled it with unending fruit and grain, the cornucopia, still a symbol of plenty today. They told of how the curette's clanging dance became part of festivals, echoing the protection once offered to the hidden child. Even objects of nature, like the aegis, a magical goatskin shield associated with Zeus, were linked back to these early years. His infancy became the seedbed of symbols that defined his reign. Yet the most important part of Zeus's childhood was not his survival, but the planet set in motion. When he came of age, Zeus would not simply live in safety while his siblings languished in their father's belly. He would rescue them, restore balance, and begin the great struggle known as the Titanomachy, the war that reshaped the cosmos. The baby hidden in Crete was not merely lucky, he was destined to act as liberator. The Greeks admired this. To them, true kingship required more than inheritance. It demanded courage, strategy, and above all, the willingness to challenge tyranny. We must also pause to consider how this story blended with real-world Crete. The island was home to the Minoan civilization, which flourished long before classical Greece. The Cretans worshipped deities of fertility, animals and caves, and many scholars suggest that the myth of Zeus' childhood was shaped by these older traditions. By placing his birth in Crete, the Greeks tied their most important god to one of their most ancient cultural centres. Myth, archaeology, and politics all overlapped here. Zeus's early years also highlight a central theme of Greek religion, the closeness of gods and mortals. The same milk that fed ordinary children fed Zeus. The same honey prized by humans was his food. His cave was not a palace, but a place anyone could enter. For the Greeks, this was comforting. Their gods were grand, yes, but also rooted in the same natural world that sustained them. To offer honey or milk at a shrine was to share in the diet of divinity. And so we leave Zeus, not yet king of Olympus, but a child growing in strength beneath the rocky slopes of Crete. His father still believes himself secure, his siblings remain imprisoned in darkness, and the Titans rule as though nothing could ever change. Yet in the shadows, a baby is growing. every cry drowned by clashing spears, every mouthful of milk, every whispered blessing from nymphs and guardians, all bring him closer to his destiny. The Greeks, when they told this story, were not merely recounting a fairy tale. They were reminding themselves that change always begins quietly. The mightiest of rulers can be undone by a child hidden in a cave. Tyranny can never silence destiny. Even the cosmos itself waits for its rightful heir. So, if you are listening with eyes half closed, picture that cave. Imagine the goat Amalthea bending to feed the infant, her breath warm, her horns shining faintly in the gloom. Hear the distant clatter of bronze as the curettes dance, their weapons ringing against each other in time with the baby's cries. Outside, the winds sweep across Crete's rugged hills, carrying with them the secret of a god who will one day rule the sky. And beneath it all lies the quiet promise that even in darkness, even in hiding, greatness can grow unseen until the moment it bursts forth into the light. There comes a point in every story where patience runs out. For Zeus, it was not enough to be hidden in a cave, nourished on honey and goat's milk, while his brothers and sisters remained trapped in the belly of Cronus. Childhood, however charming, was only the prologue. The time came to act, and in true mythological fashion, the action would take the shape of war. Not a skirmish, not a brief rebellion, but a clash that shook the very structure of the cosmos. The Greeks called it the Titanomachy, the war between gods and titans, and it would last 10 long years. When Zeus had grown to manhood, he set his mind on freeing his siblings. One cannot, after all, rule Olympus with only oneself for company. Different versions of the story describe how this happened. In one telling, the goddess Metis, whose name means cunning, prepared a potion that caused Cronus to vomit. Whether it was slipped into his drink or forced down his throat, the effect was spectacular. Cronus retched and heaved, and out-tumbled the 5 children he had swallowed: Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades. Fully grown, perhaps a little shaken, but alive. Imagine Cronus' surprise at regurgitating not just dinner, but an entire divine family. Thus united, the siblings formed the core of what would become the Olympian order. Yet the task ahead was daunting. Cronus and the Titans were no frail elders. They were primeval beings of immense power, woven into the fabric of nature itself. To confront them was to confront the foundations of the universe. It was not a decision taken lightly, but the Olympians had a secret weapon: allies. The Cyclopes, once imprisoned by Uranus and later by Cronus, were freed by Zeus. Grateful, they offered him gifts. To Zeus they gave thunder and lightning, weapons that became his eternal symbols. To Poseidon they gave the trident, a spear that shook the seas. To Hades they gave a helmet that rendered him invisible. These tools were not just ornaments. They were cosmic forces, and they tilted the balance. Picture now the two sides gathering for war. On one side the Olympians, young, vigorous, armed with the latest divine technology, driven by the energy of destiny. On the other, the Titans, immense, ancient, embodiments of sky, ocean and memory. The battlefield was the cosmos itself. Earth trembled, seas boiled, and mountains shuddered as the struggle began. The Greeks imagined thunder echoing across the heavens, fire flashing from Olympus, and the very air charged with the clash of immortals. It was not a quiet affair. The war dragged on year after year. Neither side could claim victory. The Titans had brute strength and endurance, while the Olympians had cunning and new weapons. It was a stalemate, and the world itself bore the scars. Storms raged, earthquakes split valleys, seas threatened to swallow coasts. For the Greeks, these natural disasters were not random. They were echoes of this primordial war still rumbling beneath the surface of their world. At last, Zeus realized that strength alone would not win the day. He descended into Tartarus, the shadowy pit beneath the earth, where the 100-handers languished. These were monstrous beings, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, cast down by Uranus and feared by Cronus. Terrifying as they were, they hated their chains more than anything else. Zeus freed them, offering them freedom in exchange for loyalty. They agreed, and with their 100 arms they hurled rocks the size of mountains. Pelting the Titans was an unending barrage. It was like discovering an entire army of catapults hidden in the basement. With the 100-handers on their side, the Olympians finally gained the upper hand. Thunderbolts split the sky, tridents churned the oceans, invisibility struck terror into Titan ranks. For 10 years the battle raged until at last the Titans faltered. Cronus, who had once dared to strike down Uranus, now found himself struck down in turn by his own son. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The new order had arrived. What became of the Titans? They were not destroyed outright, for the Greeks rarely imagined gods simply vanishing. Instead, they were cast into Tartarus, that vast pit as far beneath the earth as the sky is above it. There they were bound, guarded by the 100-handers they had once scorned. To the Greek imagination, the Titans remained alive, but defeated, their rumblings heard as earthquakes, their power still present but contained. Power never disappears entirely, it only changes hands. This great war was more than a dramatic tale. It was also an explanation. The Olympians were the gods of order, law, and civilization. The Titans represented an older, rougher world, raw forces, primal and untamed. The Titanomachy symbolized the victory of order over chaos, of a younger, more structured cosmos over a raw and threatening one. It also reflected the Greeks' understanding of generational change. Just as Cronus had overthrown Uranus, Zeus overthrew Cronus. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, faced the same fate. One day a younger generation would take their place. It was as true of families and city-states as it was of gods. The story also carried echoes of real history. Scholars often suggest that myths of succession reflect ancient memories of cultural shifts. As Indo-European peoples brought their sky gods into Greece, they may have reshaped older myths, casting their deities as the triumphant Olympians who displaced earlier earth-centered figures. The Titanomachy, then, is not just a story of gods, but a mythologized record of how religions evolve. Old powers are never erased, they are reimagined as defeated but enduring. One cannot ignore either the psychological weight of the tale. Imagine being a Greek farmer, listening to this myth at a festival. Thunder rumbles in the distance, mountains loom, the sea pounds the shore. All these overwhelming forces of nature are given a narrative, a history. They are not random terrors, but echoes of a great cosmic battle long ago. In telling the Titanomachy, the Greeks explained their world to themselves, and in doing so, made it less frightening. To know that Zeus ruled with thunderbolts was, oddly enough, comforting. It suggested that someone, at least, was in charge of the storm. The Titanomachy also revealed the kind of ruler Zeus would become. Unlike Cronus, who feared his children, Zeus built alliances. Unlike Uranus, who imprisoned his offspring, Zeus freed his siblings and gave them roles. Poseidon took the sea, Hades the underworld, Hera the crown of queen. It was a kingdom of cooperation, though not without quarrels. But the foundation was different. Where Cronus devoured, Zeus distributed. Where Cronus hoarded power, Zeus shared it. Though always keeping the sky for himself, of course. A wise choice, for storms make a more dramatic stage than seas or caverns. In later Greek art and poetry, the Titanomachy became a favourite subject. Sculptors carved writhing bodies of titans crushed beneath Olympian force. Poets described the clash of fire and stone, the screams of ancient gods, the thunder that split mountains. It was both terrifying and reassuring. Terrifying in scale, reassuring in outcome. The Olympians always triumphed. Order always prevailed, at least for now. And so, as the war ended, the world entered a new age. The Titans were chained in Tartarus, Cronus dethroned, and Zeus stood victorious. He was no longer the hidden child of Crete, no longer the secret nourished in shadows. He was the king of gods, the wielder of thunder, the ruler of Olympus. From now on, the stories would be his. But if the Greeks knew anything, it was that victory carries its own burdens. Power won must be power maintained. Already, even as Zeus celebrated, new challenges waited on the horizon. Giants, monsters, prophecies yet to be fulfilled. For now, though, the cosmos was quiet. The dust of war settled, the thunder eased, and the Olympians looked out upon a world that was finally theirs. So if you are drifting towards sleep, imagine the rumble of thunder not as threat, but as memory. The distant echo of a war fought long ago. Picture the stars shining calmly above, reminders that order emerged from chaos, that storms gave way to clarity. And remember that even gods had to fight for their place in the world, just as every generation must. Zeus had claimed his throne, and the age of the Titans was over. The dust of war had hardly settled when Zeus looked out across a cosmos reshaped by battle. The Titanomachy was over. The Olympians had triumphed, and the future now belonged to him. Yet victory is only the beginning of rule. Anyone can win a war with the right allies and a few thunderbolts, but to govern a world, to hold it together and keep it from unravelling, requires something more. Zeus, the once hidden child of Crete, now faced the task of turning triumph into order. And, in Greek imagination, this was no small feat. The first step was to decide who ruled what. The universe, after all, is too large for one god to manage alone, even a god with thunder at his fingertips. According to tradition, the three brothers drew lots. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades each reached into fate's urn to claim their portion of the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, vast and endless, where thunderclouds gathered and stars wheeled in their courses. Poseidon took the sea, restless and deep, filled with hidden monsters and treasures. Hades, perhaps drawing the short straw, received the underworld, a gloomy realm of shadows. To soften the blow, Zeus assured him it was an important responsibility, and perhaps added, with the wry smile of an older brother, that someone had to mind the dead. It is tempting to imagine them haggling like siblings dividing up an inheritance. Poseidon, the hot-tempered one, perhaps arguing for more coastline. Hades sighing at the unfairness of it all. Zeus, of course, declaring the arrangement final because, well, he had the thunderbolts. Yet beneath the humour lies something deeper. The division of realms mirrored the Greeks' sense of cosmic balance. Sky, sea, and underworld were three pillars of existence, each necessary, each governed by one of the brothers. It was not democracy. The Greeks were under no illusions, but it was order. Zeus now sat as king upon Olympus, the lofty mountain that pierced the clouds. From here he presided over gods and men alike. But Olympus was not merely a mountain. It was a symbol of divine court, of assembly, of hierarchy. Archaeologists note that in Greek religion, the gods often reflected the structures of human society. Just as city-states had councils and rulers, so too did the gods. Olympus was their palace, their parliament, their banquet hall, and at its centre was Zeus, enthroned. Yet to establish his rule, Zeus had to do more than hand out titles. He had to prove himself a king who maintained order not just through fear, but through justice. One of his earliest acts was to set boundaries. The Titans who had opposed him were cast into Tartarus, chained and guarded by the 100-handers. But others, such as Oceanus and his daughters, the Oceanids, were left untouched. This selective punishment reveals something important. Zeus understood politics. A king who punishes all indiscriminately creates enemies everywhere. A king who punishes some and spares others creates gratitude and loyalty. By allowing certain titans to remain, he turned potential foes into allies. The Greeks often portrayed Zeus as both fierce and measured. His thunderbolts were terrifying, yes, but they were not used carelessly. He was not a tyrant like Uranus, nor paranoid like Cronus. He established a reign that, while far from perfect, was at least stable. His justice became legendary. Oaths sworn in his name were sacred, and to break them invited his wrath. Hospitality, xenia, fell under his protection. If a guest were mistreated, Zeus would punish the offender. This might sound like a small detail, but in a world where travel was perilous and strangers depended on the goodwill of hosts, it mattered deeply. Zeus was not only the king of the sky, but the guardian of trust. Still, his reign was not without challenge. The Greeks, never content with a simple story, imagined that after the Titanomachy came further threats. Chief among these was Typhon, a monstrous serpent-bodied giant born of Gaia, who had not forgiven Zeus for overthrowing her children. Typhon rose against the new king, hurling fire and destruction. The battle between them shook heaven and earth. At first, Zeus was even said to have faltered, fleeing when his sinews were torn from his body. But eventually, with thunderbolts blazing, he overcame Typhon, casting him beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, when the volcano erupts, the Greeks would say it was Typhon struggling below, his rage contained by Zeus's victory. Another test came in the form of the giants, born from the blood of Uranus and egged on by Gaia. They stormed Olympus in what was called the Gigantomachy. Zeus and his allies fought them fiercely, but the prophecy said they could only be defeated with the aid of a mortal. That mortal was Heracles, Zeus's own son. With his arrows and the god's strength combined, the giants were slain. These stories reinforced Zeus' image as a ruler who faced constant opposition, yet always emerged triumphant. His reign was not handed to him. It was defended and earned again and again. To cement his rule, Zeus also established the order of divine law. Themis, goddess of justice, became his counselor. Together they ensured that the cosmos ran according to principle, not whim. It is telling that the Greeks imagined even gods bound by order. Zeus might be the most powerful, but he was not entirely free. Above him loomed Moira, fate, whose decrees even thunderbolts could not undo. This subtle restraint gave the Greeks comfort. Their king of gods was mighty, but not arbitrary. He too respected the laws of the cosmos. Of course, to rule Olympus also meant ruling a court full of quarrelsome personalities. Hera, his sister, and later his wife, was never shy about voicing her opinions, particularly when Zeus's wandering affections became too obvious. Poseidon occasionally tested his brother's authority, contesting dominion over cities like Athens. Even minor gods could stir trouble, clamouring for recognition. Yet Zeus maintained his throne through a mixture of authority, persuasion, and, when necessary, well-aimed lightning. It was a divine version of politics, and in its squabbling, one hears an echo of Greek city councils. Olympus was not a place of perfect harmony. It was a place of constant negotiation, overseen by a steady king. The legacy of Zeus's establishment of rule can still be traced in Greek culture. At Olympia, the greatest games were held in his honour every 4 years. Athletes competed not only for victory, but to celebrate Zeus's order. Victors were crowned with olive wreaths, symbols of peace and unity under his watch. Oracles, like that at Dodona, spoke in his name, interpreting the rustling of oak leaves as his divine voice. His presence permeated the very fabric of Greek life, from politics to weather to the most intimate oaths sworn between friends. One must not forget either that Zeus's rise marked the dawn of a new cosmic family. No longer were the gods vague personifications of nature. Under Zeus, they became figures with personalities, quarrels, and stories that reflected human life. The Olympians were not distant abstractions. They were a family, flawed but relatable, and Zeus was their father figure. His rule established the narrative pattern for all myths to follow. A king at the centre, surrounded by a divine household, each with roles to play. As this chapter closes, we see Zeus firmly enthroned, his power secure but not absolute, his thunderbolts a symbol not just of destruction but of balance. He has divided the world among his brothers, set justice at the heart of his reign, defeated challengers from giants to serpents, and bound even himself beneath the higher laws of fate. In his triumph, the Greeks saw not only a god, but a vision of kingship. Powerful yet cautious, stern yet protective, flawed but enduring. So, if you're drifting toward rest, imagine Olympus rising above the clouds, its halls gleaming, its banquets echoing with laughter and quarrels, its throne occupied by the god of thunder. Outside, the seas roll under Poseidon, the underworld slumbers under Hades, and the sky stretches vast under Zeus's watchful eye. Order has been established. The chaos of the Titans is gone. For now, the world is in balance, and the King of Gods watches over it with lightning in hand and justice in heart. Now that Zeus had claimed his throne, divided the realms with his brothers, and sent the Titans to their chains, he could begin to embody what most people knew him for, the god of the sky. It is difficult to imagine a more fitting domain. The sky is vast, eternal, and untouchable. It shelters and threatens in equal measure. It gives life through sunlight and rain, and it terrifies with lightning and storm. For the Greeks, to say that Zeus ruled the sky was to say that he ruled everything of importance. Farmers bent their heads in prayer to him. Sailors looked anxiously to his clouds, and kings swore oaths with his name on their lips. To live beneath the open air was to live beneath Zeus. His weapon was the thunderbolt. Forged by the Cyclopes, these bolts of fire and light were not the random flashes mortals saw in storms, but precise instruments of justice. When Zeus hurled a thunderbolt, it was said to strike exactly where he willed, with no possibility of error. That detail matters, because it made his thunder a symbol not of chance, but of law. A spear might miss, a sword might break, but a thunderbolt always struck true. On temple pediments and painted pottery, Zeus is almost always shown with it in hand, a reminder that his justice came with fire. The thunderbolt was not just his weapon, it was the badge of his kingship. But Zeus was not only the hurler of storms, he was also the giver of rain. The Greeks depended upon his showers for survival. The landscape of Greece, rocky and dry in many places, required just enough rainfall for barley and wheat to grow. Too little rain, and famine threatened. too much, and the fields flooded. Zeus, as sky god, was the one who balanced this delicate rhythm. He could be generous, sending gentle showers that nourished the soil, or he could be withholding, tightening the sky until crops withered. His role as rainbringer was so central that many local cults worshipped him specifically as Zeus Ombrios, Zeus of the rain, or Zeus Hyetios, Zeus of showers. Farmers would sacrifice goat or sheep in hopes of a kind season. It is easy to forget that to a people without irrigation or modern storage, the weather was not background, it was destiny. Worship of Zeus often took place beneath the open sky, not hidden inside temples. At Dodona, one of his oldest sanctuaries, people did not kneel before marble statues, but listened to the voice of the wind. There, an oak tree sacred to Zeus stood, and its rustling leaves were read as his speech. Priests and priestesses interpreted the sounds, turning whispers of branches into answers for those who asked questions. Archaeological finds show inscriptions with simple queries scratched onto lead tablets. Should I marry this woman? Will my voyage succeed? Will the harvest be good? Zeus's replies, carried in leaves and breezes, guided lives. Even the smallest decision could be placed under his sky. In Olympia, Zeus was honoured through the Olympic Games, a festival that began as worship and became the most famous gathering in the Greek world. Every 4 years, athletes assembled from across city-states that otherwise fought endlessly with one another. For a few weeks, truces were declared, and war gave way to competition. Victors were crowned, not with gold or silver, but with olive wreaths, humble tokens that carried enormous prestige. To compete at Olympia was to place one's strength and endurance beneath the gaze of Zeus. His colossal statue, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world, towered over the sanctuary, gleaming with ivory and gold. When mortals strained their muscles in the stadium, they did so as if he watched every step. Zeus' rule of the sky also made him the guardian of oaths and morality. The same heavens that nourished fields also looked down upon human actions. Nothing escaped his gaze. To swear an oath beneath the open air was to invite Zeus as witness, and to break it was to risk his thunder. Hospitality, or xenia, was sacred to him as well. A stranger who crossed your threshold carried Zeus's protection. To mistreat a guest was not merely rude, but a crime against the king of gods himself. This tells us much about Greek society. In a land of scattered villages and perilous travel, strangers were common, and mistrust was easy. By placing hospitality under Zeus's authority, the Greeks ensured a kind of cosmic safety net. The sky god was also the god of trust. Other cultures had their sky gods, and the Greeks likely saw reflections of Zeus in them. The Mesopotamian storm god Marduk, the Canaanite Baal, the Vedic god Indra, all wielded thunder and lightning, all defeated chaos, all ruled as kings. Zeus stood in that long tradition of storm deities, embodying the belief that the one who commands the weather commands the world. Yet Zeus had a distinctly Greek character. He was not distant like Marduk, nor endlessly warlike like Indra. He was both majestic and approachable, feared yet familiar. His sky was not abstract. It was the real sky overhead, felt in the warmth of sun and the chill of rain. The eagle was his chosen bird, soaring higher than all others, its sharp eyes seeing far below. In myths, the eagle often appeared as his messenger, carrying omens or symbols of his power. Roman emperors, when they adopted Zeus under the name Jupiter, placed the eagle upon their standards, carrying forward the sense that sovereignty belongs to the one whose vision is sharpest and whose reach is highest. Even today, the eagle remains a symbol of states and armies, a faint echo of Zeus's wings sweeping across the heavens. Artists and poets love to describe him as master of the heavens. On coins he appeared enthroned, eagle at his side, thunderbolt in his hand. On temple friezes he was the largest figure, towering above lesser gods. His very name in Greek, Zeus, from the root Dew, meaning bright sky, carried the daylight within it. For worshippers, to speak his name was to call upon the living sky. Yet Zeus was not purely benevolent. The Greeks knew the danger of the sky too well. A storm at sea could destroy a fleet. A lightning strike could burn a field. Farmers prayed nervously for balance. Enough rain, but not too much. Enough sun, but not too little. Sailors poured wine into the waves to ask Zeus for calm passage. Soldiers heading into battle begged him for favourable omens. He was not predictable, for the sky itself is not predictable. He was to be trusted, respected, feared, and praised all at once. And yet there was comfort in his cycle. The storm passed, the clouds cleared, the rainbow returned. Zeus's moods changed, but the sky endured. For the Greeks, this rhythm mirrored life itself. Hardship followed by relief. Drought followed by abundance. They saw in Zeus not only the threat of thunder, but the promise of renewal. He was as constant as the sky and as changeable as its weather, which was to say he was life itself. So, if you are drifting into sleep, imagine the heavens as the Greeks saw them, alive, watchful, divine. The dome above you is not empty but full of presence. The clouds drift at his will, the rains fall by his choice. The lightning splits the sky at his command. An eagle circles high above, sharp-eyed and steady. An oak tree whispers in the breeze, its leaves carrying answers to quiet questions. The great statue at Olympia gleams in the torchlight as athletes bow their heads before him. This is Zeus, the sky god, giver of storms and rain, guardian of oaths, ruler of the heavens. To live under the sky was to live under him. And for the Greeks, that meant every moment of every day. To rule the sky was one thing. To hurl thunderbolts and send rain upon the fields gave Zeus power over nature itself. But kingship is not just a matter of storms and sunshine. It is also a matter of laws, of right and wrong, of keeping the world in balance so that mortals and immortals alike know their place. If Zeus was the sky god, he was also the god of justice, the enforcer of order, the guardian of oaths. And in the Greek imagination, this side of Zeus was as important as the thunderbolt. The Greeks had a word for justice, dike. It was not simply punishment or courtroom procedure, but the natural order of things, the sense that the world must remain balanced. Crops must grow in their season, kings must keep their promises, strangers must be treated with kindness, and families must honour their bonds. When this balance was broken, chaos crept in. And who watched over Dike from the heavens? Zeus himself. He was not merely a weather god who sent rain and lightning. He was the upholder of morality. This role shows most clearly in his protection of oaths. To swear an oath in ancient Greece was to invoke Zeus as witness. Whether it was a treaty between city-states, a promise of marriage, or an agreement over land, people sealed it in his name. If someone dared to break it, they risked divine punishment. The Greeks imagined Zeus listening, not because he was nosy, but because oaths tied society together. A world where promises meant nothing would collapse into chaos, and Zeus, the king of gods, could not allow that. His thunderbolts might punish armies, but his authority also hovered over every whispered vow. Closely linked to this was his guardianship of Xenia, the sacred law of hospitality. To mistreat a guest was not just a social faux pas, but a sin against Zeus Xenios, Zeus the protector of strangers. Imagine living in a world without hotels or police stations, where a traveller relied entirely on the goodwill of others. If you arrived at a household, dusty from the road, hungry and thirsty, your host was expected to feed you, bathe you, and offer rest before even asking your name. That was the law of hospitality, and Zeus enforced it. To harm a guest was to provoke his wrath. The Greeks told many stories of mortals punished for violating this sacred trust. Hospitality was not merely courtesy, it was divine law, guarded by the king of gods. The Trojan War itself begins with a violation of Xenia. Paris of Troy, welcomed as a guest in Sparta, abused that hospitality by running off with Helen, wife of his host. The entire war, in one sense, was Zeus's justice made manifest, punishing those who broke the sacred bonds. This was how seriously the Greeks took his role. Justice was not only personal, but cosmic, extending even to the causes of wars. Yet Zeus was not a humorless judge with a gavel. His sense of justice was often depicted as measured and deliberate. He punished hubris, excessive pride, because it threatened the balance between gods and mortals. Kings who became arrogant, thinking themselves equal to the divine, often found themselves struck down. Sisyphus, for example, tricked the gods more than once, and for his deceit he was condemned to roll a stone uphill for eternity. Tantalus, who betrayed the trust of Zeus's table, was punished with endless hunger and thirst. These myths remind us that Zeus's justice was not abstract. It was vividly personal, felt in punishments that mirrored the crime. And yet, justice under Zeus was not only about retribution. He also rewarded the just. Hesiod, in his Works and Days, describes how Zeus watches over the actions of mortals, blessing those who honour justice and punishing those who scorn it. For farmers, this meant a good harvest. For cities, it meant peace and prosperity. The idea was simple. If society upheld Dike, Zeus ensured balance in the world. If society abandoned it, storms, famine, and strife followed. Justice was not separate from nature, but woven into it. In myth, Zeus himself was guided by Themis, goddess of divine law, and their daughter Dike, who personified justice. The Greeks often showed these figures at his side, whispering counsel. Even Zeus, mighty as he was, didn't act entirely alone. He respected higher principles that bound even gods. Above all loomed the Fates, the Moirai, who spun, measured, and cut the thread of life. Zeus might enforce justice, but fate itself was beyond even him. This subtle limit reassured the Greeks. The sky god was mighty, but not arbitrary. He was not free to twist the cosmos however he pleased. He too bowed to the order of things. One striking example of Zeus as guardian of justice comes in the tale of Lycaon, king of Arcadia. According to the myth, Lycaon sought to test Zeus's omniscience. When Zeus visited him in disguise, Lycaon served him a meal of human flesh, mocking divine authority. Outraged, Zeus struck down his household with thunder and transformed Lycaon into a wolf. The story served as a warning. Zeus was not only a god of the sky, but the god who punished crimes against morality itself. Even cannibal kings could not escape his justice. The Greeks also tied Zeus's justice to their daily politics. City-states often invoked him in their laws, seeing him as the protector of civic order. Court cases might begin with oaths in his name. Assemblies and councils sought to align their decisions with his balance. He was, in a sense, the divine overseer of the polis. For the Greeks, democracy, monarchy, or aristocracy all depended on trust, and trust depended on Zeus. His justice was the invisible fabric of society. Interestingly, his role as judge was not limited to mortals. Even among the gods, Zeus was arbiter. When quarrels broke out, and on Olympus, quarrels were frequent, it was Zeus who settled them. Sometimes this meant stern rebukes. Sometimes it meant clever compromise. Sometimes it meant hurling a thunderbolt to silence the argument. He was not always loved for his judgments, but he was respected. In this way, Olympus mirrored human society again. A noisy council with a single figure at its head, keeping chaos from spilling over. Festivals to Zeus often emphasized his role as guardian of justice. At Olympia, his games brought temporary peace, a truce among warring states. At Dodona, his oracle answered questions of right and wrong, guiding decisions in both private and civic life. Sacrifices to Zeus were made not only for reign or victory, but for fairness, for the assurance that society would remain in balance under his gaze. In comparing Zeus with other cultures' gods, one sees the uniqueness of his justice. Mesopotamian kings might claim to enforce divine law, but their gods were distant, their decrees mysterious. Zeus, by contrast, was near. He listened to oaths, punished the arrogant, rewarded the just, and intervened directly in stories mortals could understand. His justice was not abstract philosophy, but lived experience. Every thunderclap was a reminder that he was watching. And so we see Zeus not only as the god of storms, but as the god of moral weather, the one who sent harmony or turmoil depending on human behaviour. For the Greeks, justice was not separate from nature. The same god who watered their fields also judged their actions. The same clouds that brought rain could also bring punishment. In Zeus, law and sky became one. So if you are closing your eyes now, imagine not the roar of thunder, but the steady gaze of the sky above. Imagine promises whispered beneath it, strangers welcomed under roofs, kings making treaties with Zeus as witness. Picture justice not as a courtroom, but as a balance stretching across earth and heaven, guarded by the God who sees all. His thunderbolt lies at his side, ready if needed, but his watchfulness is constant. Zeus, the king of justice, sits upon Olympus, and under his gaze the world holds together, for now, in order and peace. Every ruler, no matter how mighty, is remembered not only for victories on the battlefield or wise judgments in court, but also for matters of the heart. For Zeus, king of the gods, the word heart might be too polite. The Greeks knew him as thunderer, lawgiver, protector of oaths, but they also knew him as a god who could never quite resist desire. If the sky was vast, so too were his affections, ranging across goddesses, nymphs, and mortals. To tell the story of Zeus without his loves would be to miss the most colourful, if sometimes scandalous, chapters of his reign. The Greeks were not shy about this aspect of Zeus. His liaisons filled their myths, and through them entire dynasties traced their lineage back to him. Some poets portrayed him as noble, others as rather opportunistic, but all agreed he was prolific. The stories are not meant to be taken as romantic in the modern sense, full of candlelight and serenades. Instead, they show how the Greeks imagined divine desire shaping the human world. Every union of Zeus and a mortal woman was less about courtship than about mythic consequence. Heroes born, cities founded, destinies altered. Consider Europa, the Phoenician princess whose name still graces a continent. Zeus saw her gathering flowers by the sea and fell instantly in love. But rather than approach her directly, perhaps mindful that a thunderbolt is a poor conversation starter, he transformed himself into a gentle white bull. The image is almost comic. The king of gods reduced to a placid animal, nuzzling among maidens. Europa, charmed by the pool's calm demeanour, climbed upon its back. At once, Zeus plunged into the sea, carrying her across the waves to Crete. There he revealed himself, and from their union came Minos, future king of Crete. In this tale, a continent gains its name, and Crete its great dynasty, all because Zeus fancied a girl on the shore. Or take Leda, the Spartan queen. Here Zeus chose the form of a swan. Why a swan? Perhaps because swans glide gracefully on water, or perhaps simply because myth delights in absurd transformations. In paintings, the swan spreads its wings protectively around Leda, a strange blend of beauty and menace. From this union came Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose abduction would launch 1,000 ships. Thus, from Zeus' feathered disguise came not only children, but one of the most famous wars in history. Another story tells of Danae, daughter of King Acrisius, locked away in a bronze chamber by her father, who had been warned that her son would one day kill him. Danae seemed beyond Zeus's reach. But the sky god has many forms. He entered her chamber not as a man or animal, but as a shower of golden rain. The detail is striking. Zeus, as rain, recalls his role as fertility bringer, but here the rain is golden, radiant, irresistible. From this union was born Perseus, the hero who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda. Once again, the love of Zeus reshaped destiny, producing a hero who became a cornerstone of Greek legend. Then there is Ganymede, the Trojan prince. Unlike many of Zeus's pursuits, this one was not a woman, but a youth of extraordinary beauty. Zeus, enamoured, carried him to Olympus, sometimes in the form of an eagle. There, Ganymede became cupbearer of the gods, serving nectar at divine feasts. Though the story raised eyebrows even in antiquity, it also symbolised honour. To be brought to Olympus was not a punishment, but a privilege. The Greeks interpreted this tale as the ultimate compliment. Beauty so radiant, it attracted the king of heaven himself. Zeus's liaisons were not confined to mortals. He was father to many gods as well. With Mnemosyne, goddess of memory, he fathered the 9 muses, patrons of poetry, music, and art. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, radiant twins of sun and moon. With Demeter, his sister, he fathered Persephone, queen of the underworld. His relationships with goddesses were as consequential as those with mortals, weaving divine genealogies as intricate as mortal ones. Olympus itself was shaped by his affections. To the Greeks, these stories were more than gossip about their chief god. They explained why heroes existed, why certain families claimed divine ancestry, why beauty and power seemed to fall unevenly upon humanity. To say that Heracles was son of Zeus was not merely to give him prestige, but to mark him as set apart, destined for great deeds. Kings traced their lineages to Zeus as a way of claiming legitimacy. The god's wandering affections were, in a sense, political. His children became rulers, warriors, poets, the founders of culture itself. Of course, not everyone in Olympus approved. Hera, Zeus's queen, was rarely amused. Her jealousy is legendary, and myths often show her punishing the mortal women, and sometimes their children, rather than Zeus himself. This dynamic added drama to Greek storytelling. Zeus pursued, Hera opposed, mortals suffered in between. The pattern appears again and again, weaving divine conflict into human history. Heracles, for instance, was hounded all his life by Hera's enmity, not because of his own deeds, but because he was Zeus' illegitimate son. The Greeks may not have condoned Zeus's behaviour, but they accepted it as fact of myth, a narrative engine driving countless tales. It is tempting to read these myths as moral lessons about infidelity, but the Greeks did not think in those terms. To them, Zeus's loves were part of his nature. Just as the sky is never still, now stormy, now sunny, now full of rainbows. So Zeus's affections shifted endlessly. Desire was not a weakness, but a force of creation. Through his many unions, new lives, heroes and stories were born. The Greeks saw in Zeus's restlessness a reflection of life's abundance, messy and uncontrollable but undeniably fertile. One cannot ignore, however, the humour implicit in these tales. The king of gods turning into a bull or a swan or a shower of gold. These transformations verge on the ridiculous. The Greeks knew this. They told the stories with a mixture of awe and amusement. It was as if they wanted to remind themselves that even the mightiest of gods could look absurd in pursuit of love. In this way, Zeus was both elevated and humanized. He was powerful enough to shake the earth with storms, yet foolish enough to disguise himself as a farmyard animal. His reputation as lover also linked him to his role as sky god. Rain fertilized the earth, and so Zeus's unions fertilized the human world. Lightning struck, and so heroes were born. Just as storms bring both destruction and renewal, his affections brought both chaos and creation. To the Greeks, this parallel was obvious. Love, like thunder, was uncontrollable, sudden, and transformative. So when one tells the story of Zeus the lover, it is not simply a catalogue of affairs, but an exploration of how the Greeks saw desire itself. It was divine, dangerous, ridiculous, and creative all at once. In Zeus, love was not gentle but overwhelming, not private but world-changing. And from it came the fabric of myth itself, from Helen and the Trojan War to Perseus and his adventures, from the Muses and their songs to Heracles and his labours. So, if your eyes are heavy now, imagine the sky at dusk. Clouds drift, their edges tinged with gold, as if the heavens themselves were wooing the earth. Somewhere in the distance, an eagle circles, sharp-eyed and intent. Somewhere else, a swan glides silently across a lake. A bull lowers its head, patient and strong. All are disguises of the same god, restless in affection, eternal in desire. Zeus the lover, king of gods and yet forever chasing hearts, watches from above. And beneath his sky, mortals dream, children are born, and stories unfold, carried forward on the winds of myth. By this point in the story, Zeus has claimed the sky, hurled thunder at titans and monsters, and seated himself firmly upon Olympus. Yet when the Greeks told tales of him, they often turned not to battles or judgments, but to his children. Zeus was remembered above all as a father, not only the father of gods, but of heroes, dynasties, and lineages that stretched across both myth and history. If you leaf through Greek mythology, almost every extraordinary figure has one thing in common: Zeus somewhere in the family tree. The sheer number of his offspring is staggering. Each child carried a story, a role, and often a destiny that shaped the Greek imagination. Some were born of goddesses, others of mortal women, still others from unions stranger than either. Each arrival was less a matter of romance than a turning point for myth. Through his children, Zeus populated Olympus, filled the epics, and gave mortals heroes to admire, or to fear. Consider Athena, perhaps the most famous of his divine daughters. Her birth was unlike any other. Fearing a prophecy that her mother Metis would bear a child stronger than its father, Zeus swallowed Metis whole. This, as it turns out, was not a wise digestive decision. In time, Zeus developed a splitting headache. Hephaestus, god of the forge, split open his skull with an axe, and out sprang Athena in gleaming armour, fully grown, spear in hand. From the head of Zeus came wisdom itself. The story gave the Greeks more than a goddess. It gave them a symbol of strategy, intelligence, and the strange way that even attempts to outwit prophecy end up fulfilling it. Then came Apollo and Artemis, twins of brilliance and balance. Their mother Leto wandered in exile, shunned by the jealous Hera, until she found refuge on the island of Delos. There she gave birth, and suddenly the cosmos had new guardians of light. Apollo became god of music, prophecy, and healing, while Artemis ruled over hunting, wilderness, and the moon. Together they represented order and rhythm, the sun by day, the moon by night. Every bowstring twang, every lyre note, every sunrise and moonrise was traced back to Zeus's children. Hermes was another of his lively offspring, born to Maia, daughter of Atlas. From the moment he drew breath, Hermes was busy. Still in his swaddling clothes, he stole Apollo's cattle, then invented the lyre to smooth over the quarrel. Zeus must have recognized something of himself in this mischievous child, clever, audacious, unstoppable. Hermes became the messenger of the gods, patron of travellers and merchants, and guide of souls into the underworld. In Hermes, the Greeks saw wit and speed personified, a god who laughed at barriers and slipped through boundaries. Dionysus was perhaps the most unusual of Zeus's children. His mother Semele was a mortal. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus show himself in full divine glory, she was consumed by his radiance. Yet Zeus rescued the unborn child, sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born. Twice born, Dionysus embodied contradiction, joy and madness, ecstasy and ruin. Through him, Zeus became father of revelry and transformation. The Greeks credited Dionysus with wine, theatre, and the release of human passion. Even in merriment, Zeus's fatherhood shaped culture. But Zeus's children were not limited to Olympus. Many were mortal heroes, destined for extraordinary lives. Danae, locked in a bronze chamber by her fearful father, was visited by Zeus as a shower of golden rain. From that union came Perseus, who would slay the Gorgon Medusa and rescue Andromeda from the sea monster. Perseus was not merely a hero of myth. He was claimed as ancestor by noble families, his divine parentage granting them prestige. Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, was another son of Zeus. Born of the mortal woman Alcmene, he embodied strength itself. Hera's jealousy pursued him endlessly, yet his labours, slaying the Nemean lion, capturing Cerberus, cleaning the Augean stables, became symbols of endurance. Through Heracles, Zeus's fatherhood gave the Greeks a model of heroism, strength tested by suffering, glory won through trial. Temples rose to Heracles as both a mortal and a god, his story echoing across centuries. Helen of Troy, whose beauty launched 1,000 ships, was another of Zeus's children. In one version, he came to her mother Leda as a swan, gentle in form but irresistible in power. From their union came Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris set in motion the Trojan War. Helen's divine parentage explained her extraordinary allure, her central role in history and legend alike. Through her, Zeus was father not just of heroes but of wars. There was also Minos, king of Crete, son of Europa and Zeus in the form of a bull. Minos became famous as a lawgiver and judge of the dead, his authority traced back to Zeus. Amphion and Zephyr, twins born of Antiope, raised walls around Thebes with music and strength. Even Sarpedon, a hero of Troy, was said to be Zeus's son. Everywhere in myth, one stumbles upon his children, ruling, fighting, building, suffering. What did this abundance of offspring mean to the Greeks? On one level, it explained why heroes stood apart from ordinary mortals. To say someone was born of Zeus was to account for their greatness. Why could Heracles wrestle lions? Because his father was the thunderer. Why was Helen impossibly beautiful? Because her father was the sky god. The divine lineage made sense of extraordinary qualities. On another level, Zeus's fatherhood legitimized rulers and dynasties. Kings claimed descent from him to bolster their authority. A city might say its founder was a son of Zeus, thereby stamping its origins with divine approval. Genealogy became theology. Politics became myth. The king was not only powerful because of armies or wealth. He was powerful because the sky itself was in his blood. But being Zeus' child was not always a blessing. Many of his offspring lived tragic lives, burdened by divine rivalry. Hera's jealousy meant that illegitimate children often suffered. Heracles was driven to madness, Perseus faced exile, Helen caused destruction. Sarpedon died on the plains of Troy despite his father's grief. To carry Zeus's blood was to live a life larger than life, but also heavier than ordinary fate. The Greeks seemed to understand this paradox. Divine heritage brought greatness, but it also brought struggle. Philosophically, Zeus's vast family tree represented the fertility of the cosmos itself. Just as rain fertilizes the earth, Zeus fertilized the human world with stories, heroes, and destinies. His endless children reflected the endless abundance of life. Yet his offspring were not uniform. They were as varied as the sky's moods. Some were bright like dawn, some wild like storms, some tragic like lightning striking too soon. The Greeks saw in this variety a reflection of life itself, unpredictable, fertile, and often bittersweet. Artists and poets filled their works with Zeus's children. Temples to Athena crowned the Acropolis. Hymns to Apollo echoed at Delphi. Festivals to Dionysus gave rise to theatre itself. Statues of Heracles lined gymnasiums, inspiring athletes with his labours. Even in daily life, Zeus's fatherhood was present. To sing, to plant crops, to compete, to drink wine, to tell stories. All these acts carried the touch of his offspring. So when the Greeks told tales of Zeus, they did not see a distant god sitting idly on his throne. They saw the father whose children walked among them, whose descendants ruled their cities, whose offspring fought in their legends. He was the link between heaven and earth, his children the bridge across which myth entered the mortal world. As you close your eyes, picture Olympus as a great tree, its branches reaching into every valley, every sea, every city. At its root sits Zeus, thunder in his hand, sky above his head. From him, branches spread, each bearing fruit. Athena's wisdom, Apollo's song, Artemis's bow, Hermes' cunning, Dionysus's revelry, Perseus's courage, Heracles' strength, Helen's beauty. Some fruit sweet, some bitter, all vital. To the Greeks, this tree of Zeus's children was the very fabric of their culture, its roots deep in heaven, its branches shading the world of men. For all his thunderbolts, for all his children, for all his throne upon Olympus, there was one power that Zeus could never fully command. The Greeks called it Moira, fate. It was older than the gods, deeper than the earth, wider than the sky. Even Zeus, king of heaven, was bound to it. He might stretch out his hand, hurl fire across the firmament, or weigh the lives of mortals on his great scales. But at the end of the day, fate was immovable. To understand Zeus, one must understand how even he bowed to destiny. The Greeks personified fate as three women, the Moirai, spinning, measuring, and cutting the thread of life. Clotho spun the thread, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos cut it with her shears. No thunderbolt could frighten them. No plea could soften their resolve. They were not cruel. They were inevitable. Their task was simply to ensure that everything followed its appointed course. Even the gods themselves had a thread, and Zeus's was no exception. This idea fascinated the Greeks, who were acutely aware of how fragile life was. A farmer could work diligently and still lose a harvest to drought. A sailor could pray to every god and still be wrecked by storms. A warrior could train for years and still fall to a stray arrow. To explain this, they looked to fate. Zeus might rule the sky, but fate ruled existence. He was mighty, but he was not absolute. And to the Greeks, that was strangely comforting. No power, not even Zeus's, was limitless. Yet Zeus did not stand helpless before fate. He was often portrayed as its interpreter, its enforcer, the one who ensured that destiny unfolded as it must. In Homer's Iliad, he is described weighing the fates of warriors on his golden scales. When Hector and Achilles faced one another, Zeus lifted the balances of doom, and the side of Hector sank lower. Even Zeus sighed, knowing his beloved Trojan hero was doomed. He could not alter the outcome, but he bore witness to it, dignifying fate with divine recognition. At times, Zeus did try to bend destiny. Myths speak of his attempts to delay, to soften, to redirect. When Sarpedon, his son, fought at Troy, Zeus considered saving him from death. But Hera reminded him that even he must not defy fate. With sorrow, Zeus allowed Sarpedon to fall, his body carried home by sleep and death. Here the Greeks wove tragedy into their theology. Zeus was not a tyrant, free to favour his children at will. He too was bound by higher law. The story becomes not one of indifference, but of restraint, of the sky god accepting limits. This theme also explained why prophecies always came true. When the oracle at Delphi spoke, it was not inventing the future, but articulating what was already woven. Croesus of Lydia famously misinterpreted the oracle, thinking he would destroy a mighty empire if he went to war with Persia. He did destroy an empire, his own. Zeus's justice and the oracle's fate walked hand in hand, reminding mortals that destiny rarely unfolded as expected, but always unfolded nonetheless. Zeus's relationship with fate also shaped how Greeks viewed power itself. Kings might boast of armies, cities might flaunt wealth, but all were ultimately subject to destiny. This belief kept human arrogance in check. Even the strongest ruler knew that his thread could be cut without warning. Zeus embodied authority, but fate embodied necessity. The one ruled with thunder, the other with silence. Together they created a cosmos both ordered and mysterious. It is worth remembering that the Greeks did not imagine fate as cruel. It was impartial. A short life could be glorious. A long life could be tragic. The point was not the length of the thread, but how it was woven. Achilles, for instance, was offered a choice: a long, quiet life, or a short, glorious one. He chose the latter, fulfilling his fate as the greatest of warriors. Zeus did not intervene to change his choice. He simply ensured that the chosen destiny was honoured. In this way, fate gave meaning, and Zeus gave it weight. The poets often emphasized Zeus's dual role, subject to fate, yet also its spokesman. Hesiod called him the dispenser of fates, suggesting that though he did not create destiny, he allocated its fulfillment. In Homer, Zeus might send dreams, omens, or storms to guide mortals toward their destined path. Fate was the script. Zeus was the director, ensuring the play stayed on track. For mortals, this was enough. They did not expect to escape their thread, but they trusted Zeus to oversee its unfolding with a kind of stern fairness. Philosophically, this tension became important later. Thinkers like the Stoics reflected on Zeus as equivalent to divine reason, the logos, a rational order that permeates the universe. In their view, fate was simply the will of Zeus expressed in cosmic law. To live virtuously was to align oneself with this order, accepting fate without complaint. Even if thunder shook the heavens, one could rest knowing that everything happened according to the sky god's plan. In this way, Zeus became not only father of gods, but the principle of destiny itself. Yet the myths never allowed us to forget his frustration with fate. Again and again, Zeus was depicted sighing over the deaths of heroes, lamenting that he could not save them. These moments gave him a strangely human quality. For all his grandeur, he knew sorrow. He could not shield his favourites from mortality. He was powerful, but not almighty. And in this way, the Greeks brought their god closer to themselves. He was not a machine enforcing destiny, but a father watching children suffer, unable to prevent it. This balance between Zeus and fate also provided an explanation for tragedy. The great plays of Athens, by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, often depicted characters struggling against destiny. Oedipus tried to escape the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, but in doing so, he fulfilled it. Behind these tales stood the quiet presence of Zeus, who allowed the threads to play out. His justice and fate's necessity combined to form the backdrop of human suffering. To the Greeks, tragedy was not meaningless pain. It was the order of the cosmos, observed and permitted by the king of gods. And yet, there was always the possibility of reconciliation. To accept fate was, in some sense, to accept Zeus. To live justly, to honour the gods, to fulfil one's role, was to align oneself with the cosmic order. In this way, Zeus and fate were not enemies, but partners. One declared what must be, the other enforced it. The Greeks did not ask whether life was fair. They asked only whether it was fitting, and under Zeus's watchful eye, it was. So, as this chapter closes, imagine Zeus not with thunderbolt raised, but seated silently, watching the threads of life pass through the hands of the fates. He cannot cut them, cannot extend them, but he ensures they are respected. The sky above you is not arbitrary, it is law. The stars turn in their courses, storms come and go, lives begin and end, all according to a pattern older than Olympus. Even the king of gods, sitting in majesty on his throne, accepts that he too is bound by it. If your eyes are closing, take comfort in this image. A vast sky that is not empty but orderly. A God who rules with might, but also with humility before forces greater than himself. Thunder may rumble, but behind it is a quiet truth. Everything happens as it must. Zeus may be king, but fate is queen, and together they weave the fabric of existence. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, they were never simply speaking of a god with a thunderbolt in his hand. They were speaking of something much larger, of authority, of justice, of kingship, of the very sky itself. He was the figure that unified their myths, the one whose presence was felt not only in temples and poems, but in the daily lives of farmers, sailors, rulers, and children. His legacy was immense, spilling beyond the boundaries of myth into art, politics, philosophy, and culture. And it did not end with the Greeks. Rome claimed him. The Renaissance revived him. Even now, fragments of his thunder echo in ways we might not always notice. To understand Zeus's legacy is to understand how humans, for thousands of years, have imagined what it means for power to watch from above. Zeus's legacy began in worship. He was not a remote figure who appeared only in grand myths. He was invoked in countless small acts of devotion. Farmers prayed to him as Zeus Ombrios, bringer of rain, when their fields turned dry. Travellers invoked him as Zeus Xenios, protector of guests, when they knocked on a stranger's door. Judges swore by him as Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths, when disputes were settled. He was Zeus Ktesios, protector of households, and Zeus Panhellenios, the god worshipped by all Greeks together. His many names show the breadth of his reach. Each epithet was like a facet of the same jewel. He was not one god among many. He was many roles within one god. His sanctuaries reflected this diversity. At Dodona, his oracle spoke not through a carved statue, but through a tree. The oak rustled, the doves cooed, and priests interpreted the sounds as his voice. People brought lead tablets etched with questions. Should I take this journey? Will my child be born safely? Is it wise to plant wheat this year? Zeus's answers came not with thunder, but with whispers in the wind. For centuries, mortals trusted the leaves of an oak to carry the words of their king. At Olympia, his worship was grander. Every 4 years, the Olympic Games were held in his honour. Athletes competed not for wealth, but for the glory of a wreath of olive leaves, sacred to him. For the duration of the games, even warring city-states declared a truce. Rivals stood side by side, not as enemies but as competitors under Zeus's gaze. This was no mere sport, it was ritual. To run, to wrestle, to throw, these were acts of devotion. At the heart of the sanctuary stood Phidias's colossal statue, gleaming with ivory and gold, Zeus seated on a throne, serene and majestic. Ancient visitors said it was so awe-inspiring that they felt they had seen the god himself. The statue may be gone, but the tradition of the games continues, and with it, the faint memory of Zeus. His presence was also etched into literature. Homer describes him as arbiter of war, weighing the fates of men on golden scales. A single nod of his head could seal the destiny of a city. Hesiod called him the dispenser of justice, rewarding the righteous and punishing the corrupt. Tragedians like Aeschylus and Sophocles invoked him as the ultimate authority, the one whose law lay behind every twist of human suffering. Even when he does not appear in the plays, he is always there, like the sky itself, unseen but unavoidable. To write of justice, power, or fate in Greece was to write, whether directly or indirectly, of Zeus. Philosophy carried him into new realms. Heraclitus spoke of Zeus as the embodiment of the thunderous order that kept the cosmos alive. The Stoics went further, equating Zeus with the Logos, the rational principle that permeated the universe. In their eyes, Zeus was not simply a personified god, but the very law of nature itself. To live virtuously was to live in harmony with Zeus, which meant in harmony with the cosmos. Even Plato, though critical of myth, used Zeus as a model for kingship. In the laws, he imagines human rulers who, like Zeus, must combine strength with justice. In philosophy, Zeus shifted from sky god to cosmic principle, showing the adaptability of his legacy. Rome adopted him eagerly, renaming him Jupiter. Under this new title, he became the guardian of empire. Roman generals prayed to him before battles, and the Senate honoured him as Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter best and greatest. His temple on the Capitoline Hill was the beating heart of Rome's religion. His eagle soared with the legions, stamped on standards that proclaimed Roman might. His thunderbolt appeared on coins, reminding citizens that the empire ruled under the authority of the sky. Through Rome, Zeus's legacy spread far beyond Greece, woven into the laws, symbols, and power of the ancient world. Even after the fall of pagan worship, Zeus lingered. In the Middle Ages, he appeared in allegories and manuscripts as Jupiter, sometimes treated as a planetary force, sometimes as a symbol of kingship. During the Renaissance, he was reborn in art. Painters depicted him with swirling robes, a stern gaze, and skies split with lightning. Sculptors carved him with eagle and thunderbolt, the old imagery given new polish. Poets drew upon him as a symbol of divine authority. even when Christianity had long since taken hold. He endured, not as an object of worship, but as an idea, an image too powerful to fade. And even in modern times, his figure lingers. He is recast in novels, painted in fantasy, dramatised in film, and animated in cartoons. He is a character in video games, a presence in comic books, a name invoked in psychology as an archetype of paternal power. Children still learn his myths in school, perhaps laughing at the swan and the bull, perhaps marvelling at the thunderbolt. He has become less a god to worship than a cultural touchstone, a shorthand for authority, justice, and the sky itself. Few ancient gods have survived with such vitality. Zeus remains recognisable, even to those who know little of Greece. But perhaps his greatest legacy lies in something quieter, the act of looking up. For the Greeks, the sky was alive. Every rumble of thunder, every flash of lightning, every passing cloud carried meaning. They saw Zeus in the weather, in the order of the stars, in the simple fact that the heavens stretch endlessly above us. His legacy is not only temples or statues or poems. It is the instinct to connect the vastness of the sky with the idea of power, of order, of justice. We still look upward, perhaps no longer fearing his thunderbolts, but still feeling awe at the endless blue by day and the scattered stars by night. That awe is Zeus's truest inheritance. His legacy, then, is layered, it is religious, in sanctuaries and sacrifices. It is cultural, in games and poetry. It is philosophical, in reflections on justice and natural law. It is political, in dynasties that trace their legitimacy to him. It is artistic, in statues and paintings that captured his majesty. And it is emotional, in the human response to the sky itself. Fear, wonder, gratitude, humility. The Greeks may have shaped his image, but they were giving form to something universal. The sense that above us was authority, both comforting and terrifying, both personal and impersonal. As you let your eyes grow heavy, imagine his legacy not as words on a page, but as a landscape. The oak groves of Dodona whisper in the wind. The stadium of Olympia hums with the echo of races run long ago. The Capitoline hill of Rome gleams with marble, eagles perched in bronze. Renaissance painters splash his figure across vaulted ceilings, thunder in one hand, eagle in the other. And finally, the night sky itself stretches above you, vast and eternal, unchanged since the Greeks first told his name. Zeus may no longer receive sacrifices of bulls and goats. His statue at Olympia may be dust. His temples may be ruins. Yet the sky remains, and in the sky his presence lingers. His legacy is not a single story, but 1,000 threads, woven into the way humans have always sought to explain the world. He is thunder, he is law, he is laughter at his disguises, he is sorrow at his limits. He is the father whose children populate myth, the king whose rule mirrors both strength and restraint. He is above all the reminder that when we look upward, we feel watched, judged, and, in some strange way, cared for. So sleep now beneath that same sky. Let the stars turn in their courses. Let the wind move through unseen branches. Let the silence stretch vast above you. The Greeks once told of Zeus to explain these things. We tell his story still, not because we fear his thunder, but because we recognize in him something of ourselves, our need for justice, our awe of power, our wonder at the infinite dome overhead. His legacy is the sky itself, eternal, immense, and filled with stories.